calendar, and he will be able to pull them into the meeting at their designated time. This is certainly not something we are familiar with when we used to just sit in a room and let everyone come in, but it's something that we will work our way through. And if there are any technical difficulties, if members are recognizing that we've skipped somebody over or we're missing anything, if there's a question, please let me know. I will try to identify folks in the order with which they raise their hands. And if there is a technological drop on a panelist or speaker, we will move on to the next person, but afford that person an opportunity to come back with a balance and allocation of their time. We're going to try to keep people to their 3 minutes respectfully with limited questions and answers so we can move quickly through 75 people. But if we drop anyone, we want to make sure that they are given their full opportunity. With that, I'll wait for my clerk to give me the go-ahead that we are live and operational.
Mr. Chair, is there any attendance taken for this hearing or no?
Yes, our clerk and assistant clerks will be recognizing the committee members who are in attendance. They'll be scrolling through the Zoom for people who have put their name and video camera on. Will be mentioned by one of the clerks or the assistant clerks of our committee.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it appears we are live on YouTube and recording. I believe we have a live stream on CTN as well currently. And it being 12:10, you can begin the public hearing.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for joining us on the first official public hearing of the 2021 Connecticut General Assembly. The Transportation Committee has had 3 informational hearings to date with our DMV, DOT, and Connecticut Airport Authority. This is the first time that we are seeing proposed bills before us. As anyone who's tuned in to these committee hearings knows, this is a new process for us. There may be some technological slips along the way, but we will rectify them as we go, and we'll ensure that everyone who's interested in testifying has an opportunity to do so. The first hour of our public hearing is reserved for public officials. I know we have the Mayor of New Haven online first, followed by the Commissioner, Department of Motor Vehicles coming on quickly thereafter. We will then move to the public for a period of time, and then we'll go back and forth between public officials and members of the public. This is a challenging process as questions and answers arise from committee members. I will recognize you by you raising your hand or otherwise alerting me that you have a question. We will stay out of the chat. Please do not utilize the chat for any functions today because as a matter of public record, it's very difficult for members of the public to access the chat, and it's very hard for our clerk to transcribe emojis into a public record that's FOIable. So if you have any questions, identify yourself to myself, Representative Carney, Senator Castano, or Senator Summers if I'm not calling on you directly. If folks can remain on mute for the duration of the public hearing unless they have a question and I have called on them, that would help move the process along quite deliberately. With that, are there any comments from any of Senator Castano or our ranking members Carney or Summers? Seeing none, we will start off with our public hearing. And first on today's agenda is Mayor Justin Eler from the City of New Haven. Welcome, Mayor.
Thanks so much for having me. Representative Lamar and Senator Castano and members of the committee, I appreciate you being flexible in this incredible time that we're in. First, I'd like to mention that I'm joined today in submitting testimony not only by many members of the New Haven community, it sounds like there's a lot of people that have signed up, but also by the City of New Haven's Director of Traffic, Transportation and Parking, Doug Heilsladen, Superintendent of Schools, Eileen Tracy, and Chief of Police, Tony Reyes. And I think that underscores just how important this issue is to us. I'm here to provide testimony in strong support of House Bill 5429. The legislation is a very important step in ensuring greater pedestrian and traffic safety for the residents of New Haven and around the state. New Haven's seen a significant number of pedestrian and bicycle deaths in recent years related to speeding and dangerous driving. And just to give an example, in 2020 alone, the city lost 11 residents in pedestrian and bicycle related crashes. Too often, traffic incidents and pedestrian deaths go unnoticed, in particular when they take place in communities of color. A report from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration of the U.S. Department of Transportation found that fatalities of pedestrians and other people not in vehicles as percentage of all motor vehicle traffic fatalities were highest primarily for African American children in the 4 to 15-year-old range. HB 5429 has several provisions that will dramatically improve the public safety of New Haven and municipalities across our state by empowering us with the authority to take action and giving us the tools to do so effectively and equitably. And I wanted to highlight a couple of important components of this. First, it empowers our local traffic authority to comprehensively review the speed limits on municipally owned roads and evaluate whether a lowered speed limit can have a positive impact in reducing traffic incidents. New Haven, as many of you know, is becoming an increasingly multimodal city. And as we transition from a car-centric mode of transportation to one where a range of options are available to residents, the legislation takes a number of steps in facilitating that transition and does so in a responsible and measured way. Perhaps most importantly, HB 5429 is a major step in giving our city the tools it needs to enforce the law. Automated traffic enforcement within school and work zones is both an effective and common sense way. It's already used in over 450 communities and in 22 states to increase traffic safety. You will undoubtedly hear today from advocates throughout the state, but particularly from the New Haven community, about how automated traffic enforcement provides a range of benefits with evidence clearly demonstrating reduced incidents of speeding as well as lower fatalities overall. There have, of course, been concerns throughout the conversation of automated traffic enforcement about equity. The concerns are based on a long history of disparate treatment. We need to earn the trust of communities of color who have too often been the victims of biased traffic enforcement in our state and country. But I believe this bill is essential in doing just that, particularly by ensuring the technology utilizes only license plate information to identify the vehicle, not the driver. In these instances, racial bias is, as it should be at every level of the criminal justice system, effectively removed from the equation. Passage of this bill will save lives and do so responsibly. The number of people from New Haven testifying today underscore the urgency and importance of this issue. I appreciate your consideration of this bill and urge you to vote in favor of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Eler, for your testimony and for your commitment on this issue. For benefit of the committee, before you were Mayor of New Haven, you were a member of the Board of Alders and a Safe Street advocate in our city for a long period of time, and was one of the leaders in helping the city think through better planning and operations of our city roadways. I know you've led on these issues in the past, and it's not just what we've seen over the last year or two that's driven your interest in this issue, but instead a personal lifelong commitment to it. So I thank you for your testimony today. And as you alluded to, this is an issue that we've seen firsthand in New Haven, the degree to which is something we otherwise would have thought unimaginable. The number of fatalities and crashes involving pedestrians has only risen in our city over the number of years, despite the investments that we've made in complete streets, implementation, and infrastructure, despite the educational campaigns that we've undertaken, despite the myriad efforts that we've put into everything else over the last few years. We're continuing to see extraordinary high rates of speed, levels of distracted driving, and the fact that people are driving heavier and larger vehicles, contributing to a dramatic increase in the severity and lethality of these crashes. Not just a New Haven story, it's happening across the state of Connecticut. We've seen record numbers of fatalities and lethality of those crashes increasing. It's not just Connecticut even, it's across the country as a whole. So I appreciate your leadership on this issue and coming forward today.
Thank you, Representative Lamar.
If members of the committee have questions or points of clarification of Mayor Eler, if you could identify by raising your hand or letting myself or Representative Carney, Senator Summers, or Cassano know, that would be great. Seeing none. Thank you, Mayor Eler, for your time today and for being our first person to take part in our public hearing process. Next up, we have our Commissioner of the Department of Motor Vehicles. Commissioner, are you online? Mr. Clark, we have representatives from the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yes, the DMV is being let into the hearing room now. Unfortunately, we have 3 different identifiers for the Deputy Commissioner. It may take a moment to get him in.
Okay.
I believe we should have Deputy Commissioner Guerrera and the Legislative Liaison Millie in the hearing room. If they could unmute themselves and just confirm the other members of DOT that will be testifying with them.
So we're on. Can you hear us?
We can, Commissioner. Good to see you all. If you could each individually identify yourself, and before anyone speaks, if they could identify themselves by name and title, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Commissioner Sibongile Makubane.
Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Commissioner Tony Guerrero.
Each person to identify themselves.
Good morning, Michelle Schaap, Chief Financial Officer.
Great to see everyone this morning. As everyone introduces themselves before they speak, if there are any questions or answers, it would also be helpful if you could identify yourself before you provide an answer to a committee member. With that, the floor is yours, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cassano Lamar, Ranking Members Summers and Carney, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present testimony in support of Senate Bill 261, an act concerning the recommendations by the Department of Motor Vehicles. The components of our bill cover 3 areas of focus. One is to ensure that the agency complies with all federal laws. Another key point within our bill is to ensure that as we continue to deliver services through our processes, our constituents, we're looking at our processes and streamlining. It also speaks to the agency's desire to deploy new processes and technology to deliver critical services to our constituents in a safe and convenient manner. Demand for DMV services continue to increase. To meet the demand, the agency will use technology to expand our capacity, and we'll also focus our staff in delivering superior quality service. Customers have been very happy with the technologies that we have introduced while we were under COVID, including the appointment system. But as you know, that the appointment system actually constricts our capacity. So our view is we need to use technology to continue to meet the demand so that we can address not only all of the pent-up demand that came about during COVID, where we had the extensions, but also new customers or constituents as they move to Connecticut. My testimony provides a breakdown of the proposals that we submitted in 2020, as well as new proposals that we submitted to address COVID, as well as new 2021 proposals. What the approach that we're going to take, because there's quite a few items on our agenda, is to really highlight what we think are critical proposals within each section. Once I've highlighted those, I'm assuming that everyone has a list of what we submitted. I will give you the opportunity to ask questions related to other items within those sections. So the summary of our previously submitted proposals. one of the key ones that we think is important to this body is we are actually correcting the language for saving our lakes plate. And we want to make sure that the language enables us to, to appropriately allocate fees. I think Millie has talked about this. We also want to make sure that we can allow DMV to issue a one-year student transportation vehicle combination registration. Currently, the statute prorates the fees in accordance with the passenger registration, but STVs are mixed use, and the current practice is to issue them as a combination vehicle. So we're correcting that. We're also including language to apply to federal law for minimum insurance for commercial passenger carrying vehicles. We found that it's been 40 years since the insurance limits were updated. And so this language actually corrects those minimums. We're actually also added language that enables the DMV to leverage technology, for example, for online renewals, because in order for us to continue to meet the pent-up demand and new demand, technology is going to be a key way for us to do that. So that language is included in our bill. I'll stop by there and see if the Deputy Commissioner has anything to add to the use of technology, because I know this is a very important topic for everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Deputy Commissioner Tony Gray, as the Commissioner mentioned, obviously going to the appointment system, ladies and gentlemen, that obviously, once about a year ago, the lines were out the door, and now with an appointment system, the capacity obviously will not obviously generate as many people as we like. And therefore, she stated, modernizing and using technology will help us get to that point where we can accommodate all the citizens of the state.
And so section 13 amends 14-41B. This one has somewhat been misinterpreted in many ways, but we want to make sure that everybody understands that the agency is looking to remove a requirement that talks about delivering certain services through the office or facility to enable the agency to be able to evaluate options to deploy mobile units, portable licensing technology that is available, and actually kiosks that can be placed in different places. So this one is one of the key ones. Again, you keep hearing me talking about capacity. We currently have maybe 4 months worth of backlog when we're closed for COVID, and the option for conducting services was through the visiting of the DMV. We're now looking ahead to be able to continue to address and provide customers with many channels to be able to transact their business. So I will stop there to see if there are any questions, because I think I see a hand.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, first I want to thank you. You stayed open, reopened in the middle of COVID, and it seems to have been very successful. Have you had any problems relative to staying open during COVID?
I think we had an incident in one of our branch offices, and so what we monitor are the number of our staff that test positive. So we did close, I believe it was the Bridgeport branch for 2 days for cleaning once we had some staff test positive. But otherwise, we've continued to deliver services throughout the pandemic.
Yeah, Senator Austin, good afternoon. Nice to see you. This is Deputy Commissioner Tony Guerra. Like the Commissioner stated, I think when we opened during this pandemic, we made it pretty clear that we want to make sure that the safety of our employees and the safety of our customers is first and foremost. That is why we were one of the first ones to get the plexiglass up, electrostatic cleaning throughout all the branches on a weekly basis, high touch point areas, cleaning on a daily routine. And therefore we have a cleaning service that goes through the building every single night, along with this electrostatic guns now that are affordable to every branch location that we today.
Thank you. And sticking to the two-question component first, first I just have to applaud you on the way that you have taken care of individual needs, because I know my office often calls for Department of Motor Vehicle issues, and they get answered right away. And we're able to give those constituents that call in a fairly comprehensive answer early on. Are you in regards to getting more modernized, do you believe that that will provide a cost-saving component of your processes?
In theory, yes. In fact, we've been in discussions and are starting to really look at what the potential provides. What I believe is, although technology will provide an opportunity to automate certain processes, a critical part of what the DMV does is really the customer service face-to-face that we provide. You just spoke about the phone calls that come in where many people just need help. And I don't believe that technology can fulfill that need. And especially as I have personally observed and actually tried to get online, for example, to register a vaccine, it can be very frustrating. So really our approach is to think about this as efficiencies, ensuring that as demand increases, capacity stays in line with the demand. And so we are looking at what can we do, but at the end of the day, I'm cautious in kind of determining what that means, because really the nature of the work also will change in terms of what our internal employees will do in the future.
Well, I look forward to greater conversations. I want to stick to the two-question minimum in order to keep this moving along. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Austin. Ranking Member Summers?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. And I had a couple questions. First, I wanted to make one comment that I want to give a shout out to the DMV, because it was not during COVID, but before COVID, you all were able to identify one of my constituents who was overcharged his taxes on his boat trailer and his boat, because we had lowered the boat tax, and you identified that, and he was able to go back and get a refund on the taxes that he deserved. So thank you for that. That was really great when it was noticed when he went to register his boat trailer. So thank you for that. But secondly, two questions on, I think I have my notes here. I'm sorry, I'm jumping between a few Zooms. So it's section 23 of the bill. And it's obviously right behind section 22. I was wondering if 22 and 23 are necessary. Has there been actually complaints on deposits being kept by auto dealers? Do we actually have complaints from consumers? And if so, how many are we getting, or how many do we have on that?
Okay.
And then my second question, I will tell you quickly, is just on your license renewal idea. Are those compliant with federal guidelines?
Yes.
Okay.
The second one is yes, but I'll let Sharon, our legal director, answer your first question.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Generakis. I'm the agency legal director for the Department of Motor Vehicles. And the answer to your question is yes, we have had complaints, and we have a consumer complaint center here. So we keep track of what types of complaints we get about dealers, and this has arisen a number of times. Mostly with smaller used car dealers, but we try not to put anything into statute unless we see a pattern, and so yeah, that is the case here.
So you have had complaints on dealers keeping the deposit, and how many complaints have you gotten? Do you know off the top of your head?
No, but I'll get that number for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Gail, did you want to say something? Our COO is going to just make a comment.
Just real quick, I'm Gail Billett, Chief Operating Officer.
We've had specifically, probably since we've added casual sales and done some of the other dealer work that we've added through COVID, we have dealers that are actually charging sometimes up to $250 for someone to come in. And so that's why we wanted to make sure, and that's why this is important, is because it's not so much that we've had a high volume. It's just there are periodic dealers in certain areas that are taking advantage of citizens, and we want to ensure fairness.
So they're charging that I just want to be clear. It's not that somebody's putting a deposit on a car and not being able to get it back. It's more that they are requiring a deposit to go into the auto dealer to look at a car.
They're asking for a deposit, to do the registration when they get the car.
Mm-hmm.
And when they go in and they do a variety of services related to us with the car. And so it's a variety of pieces that we're just trying to update so that we ensure that the citizens are consistent with how they're being treated in the dealer.
Perfect. If you could just get me the number, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Representative Zupkis.
Hi, thank you. I am new to this committee. It's my first time to sit on it, so I'm grateful to be here. I appreciate it. But I do have a couple of questions. I had, as a matter of fact, 2 constituents that called me in the last couple of days. And one, it was both in regards to the same thing as far as voter registration at the DMV and at AAA. And so I guess my question is that law, is that state statute that DMV is supposed to ask for that? Number one. And number two, when the one person that went to DMV, she was asked, do you want to register to vote? And are you registered? And she said she was, and she had to sign a piece of paper. The lady who was helping her, the DMV employee, said, we have to have this paper signed to prove that we asked the question. However, the person at AAA went through the same process, but then was asked, do you want to change your voter registration? So because I've never sat on this committee, I'm not familiar with these processes, and I'm just curious if you could answer those for me, please.
Yes, our legal director, Sharon Max, can do that for you.
Yes, so voter registration, or what's known as voter, is required to be done at DMV under both state and federal law. So we're required to ask those questions. The difference, most people don't have to sign a piece of paper. We have customer-facing devices, and they actually answer the questions themselves, and they do an electronic signature at the end. Sometimes if that device isn't working, they go through a partially manual process, and that's where a person is asked to sign a piece of paper to show that they acknowledge which choice they made. So if they say I'm already registered to vote and sign, then if someone comes back later and says that's not what I did, we can go back and look at the record. So I think that's probably what the difference in the questions is. Did that address everything you asked?
Well, almost. So when someone goes in, so if I went in to update my driver's license or whatever, and they put in my information, does it come up on the screen that I am a registered voter and what party I'm registered to? What does the information show?
If you do it electronically, it does do a call to the Secretary of the State's office to determine whether you're a registered voter. So it says something like, we see you're already registered to vote. Do you want to update your voter status, your registration status, name or party? And you can check no, but we don't see what your party is. The party is not visible on the screen.
Okay, thank you. You can just see if I'm registered or not.
Yeah. Right. We know you're registered, but we don't know what party you're registered in, but we do give you the opportunity to change that. If you check no, I'm already registered, we ask you, do you want to change anything? And then if you say no, you just move on to the next set of questions related to your license.
Okay, thank you. It's just odd that I had my first meeting today and I had 2 of these calls over the last couple of days. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, everyone, for coming to testify today. My only question is regarding, I think it's Section 8, and I know since we spoke, this was sort of one of the more confusing provisions of the legislation, even when we initially spoke about it. But reviewing through the public hearing testimony, the taxi cab companies are extremely concerned about increasing the insurance limits on taxi cabs. There's some concern, especially given the parameters or the issues regarding COVID, the competition with TNCs, that this is going to put, the final stake in the coffin for traditional taxi cab companies. So, I mean, I'm a little concerned about that. So is there a reason you chose these numbers? And the second part of it is, will you be willing to sit down with the traditional taxi cab companies to try to come up with a more favorable number for those insurance limits?
Again, our legal director can provide the answers.
So there's 2 parts to this change. And one is for vehicles that carry between 7 passengers and 12 passengers, not for compensation, and 13 to 14 passengers, not for compensation. But just initially, some of this statute conflicts with federal law, and it also conflicts with state law. And that is for vehicles that are designed or used to transport 8 passengers or more for compensation. They fall under the federal limits. And those that are designed or used to transport 15 passengers or more, not for compensation, also fall under federal limits. So this statute conflicts with that for those vehicles. The only wiggle room we have, if you will, is at the lower end for what you said, taxi cabs. So passenger vehicles, those do not fall under the federal requirements. And so, there is some room there. We did discuss this with the insurance department before we selected the limits for this. So we had some input from them as to what they thought the amount should be. But certainly at the lower end, we would be willing to sit down with them. At the higher end, I don't think that there's any option but to, this is an obsolete provision and it needs to be changed because it doesn't conform to what our state or federal requirements are.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. I just, certainly hope between now and whenever, the final bill comes before the House and the Senate that, we'll have some time to sit down with both you and the taxi cab companies to try to come up with something that both sides can agree on. Because like I said, I mean, especially right now and given all the issues with small businesses, I just would hate to see another industry or any company really shut down because of something like this. So, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to do that. So thank you very much, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, and Sharon.
Yep, we'll take that as a takeaway.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Representative Zawistowski.
There, I had to unmute. Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Commissioner and staff. I have a question that is actually spurred by a constituent. I understand that there are rules about teens driving together. Are there any exceptions possibly for siblings? The reason that I'm asking this is this man has 2 twin girls that are going to be turning 16 in about 2 years. And I was wondering if there are any exceptions or if there are any exceptions possibly being entertained for siblings, especially if they work together or other circumstances like that. Thank you.
Enough, this came up last year. I think the answer was no. I'm not sure if this was asked last year, and last year the answer was no, and it's still Are we considering anything?
No,
No.
good afternoon, Representative. As you know, there is nothing on the, right now in the works for doing that. But again, you know, these are conversations that may need to take place in the future to have some type of public hearings or whatever it may be to allow, to loosen that up. But as we found in the past, that, you know, again, from parents and from the advocacy groups, there was no wiggle room in regards to that, because right now statistics do show that teen driving laws do work. In fact, the rates of fatalities or accidents have dropped because of that. But again, those conversations can always take place for certain circumstances.
Thank you. And I do understand the need for the laws. I just said asking on behalf of a constituent who is going to have, you know, some issues with this coming up in the next couple of years. So anyway, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Morin-Bello.
Thank you. Excuse me, and thank you to the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. As a freshman legislator, all this information is tremendously helpful to me. I'll say to the previous rep's comments, you know, as a parent of 3 daughters, it was difficult when you had a 17-year-old driver that wasn't able to drive her sibling to high school or home from high school. So again, I understand the importance of that legislation for teen drivers, but even just to allow that driving back and forth to the high school would be something that I would you know, be happy to support. We did have a good experience personally at the DMV during COVID, as my 16-year-old got her learner's permit and then got her license, and we really appreciated the ability to make those appointments. My question is regarding section 34, the emergency vehicle section. I've had a couple constituents question why we're adding the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection vehicles to that. They expressed some concern with that addition, and I was wondering if you could provide a little history on that for me.
Hi.
Chairman again.
This piece of our bill was done in collaboration with DEEP. And I think they've submitted some pretty detailed testimony about why it's important for them to have lights to respond to emergencies. These are people who go to fires, they go to hazmat spills, they are very critical first responders in those situations. And if you notice, the provisions very limited in its scope. So we wanted to be able to allow them to do that, to respond to emergencies, and it's critical to them. In the past, they had done it under, I think there's a section in 14.1 that allows the commissioner to give authority to a vehicle to be considered an emergency vehicle. But one of the things we wanted to do was take that authority away and have people have to get that authority through a specific statute rather than have it be loose in a DMV definition. And so, you know, when DEEP came to us and said, we really need to be included in this, we actually support it very much. We think they do have certain critical functions.
And Representative Moore, nice to see you. It's Tony Guerra. Yes, we've had discussions with DEEP, Sharon Generakis, the commissioner, and myself, and specifically for those reasons, because we asked the same thing. And they're very limited in scope, as you said, but I think what sent the message home was the issues for hazmat, emergency situations, that they need to get there as soon as possible, even sometimes before even the state trooper there, so they can get their crews on site to stop those emergency issues that need to be done.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And it looks like for now we have no additional questions. So I'll ask my quick two, which is with respect to 2 provisions I think we'll hear testimony on moving forward. One is with respect to section 13, which is concerning what types of services can be offered by partners of the Department of Motor Vehicles. There is concern amongst some about potential for this to open a door for mass privatization of specific services. So it'd be helpful, I think, if you could clarify the intent of that section and the types of services and partnerships you're interested in. And the second is with respect to DMV seeking to increase from 60 to 90 days the length of time for a person to register their vehicle in Connecticut. There are numerous individuals who are concerned about a growing number of unregistered vehicles or vehicles that are registered in surrounding states that have not come into the DMV to register yet. And I want to hear a little bit about the reservation process and why we want to move from 60 to 90 days. And if there's an opportunity for us to say, you must register for an appointment within 30 days, and then you have up to 90 days to complete that process to get a date, but you have to at least start the registration process within a tighter time window. So any input or information that you can provide on those two provisions would be terrific. Thank you.
So let me start with section 13 that amends 14-41, which is to amend the requirement for office or facility. The really how this germinated for the DMV is our partners actually have cash kiosks as well as an appointment system. And so we were evaluating whether or not we could leverage both the kiosk as well as the appointment system. And this section actually prohibited us from doing that. And so as we thought further around really the ongoing increase for demand for our services, while at the same time with COVID, we moved away from people coming to the DMV and waiting 4 hours. And on any given day, they were here for hours and hours, but we could extend the hours until we served everyone to an appointment system. We also recognize that the capacity is very limited. So we are looking for ways to increase really the number of channels where our the constituent can receive service. We weren't looking at it as extending the types of transactions, but really that was a germination of this section. We can sit down and talk further, but right now we're just looking to leverage some of the capabilities that our partners had already developed rather than developing them separately, as well as really wanting to have a similar look and feel in terms of like, right now our partners, you can make an appointment, come to the office, receive a text that tells you that, you know, the appointment is going to be late or we have a cancellation. So those were some of the capabilities that we were thinking about with you know, how this was being thought of. I don't know if anybody else has any comments.
No, that's good.
And then,
The second part,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, was that about the registration for out-of-staters? Is that what you're concerned with?
Yep.
Yeah, so increasing the time period for an individual to register their vehicle in Connecticut from 60 to 90 days. There is a competing proposal that has bipartisan support in the House to say you have to do it within 30 days. They want to tighten that window. And I'm trying to think through if there's a way to utilize the reservation system and the stresses and pressures that you guys have accommodating folks trying to get in with that desire to see folks more quickly begin the process. Is it possible to say you must go online and secure a reservation within 30 days, but that reservation doesn't need to be completed for a 90-day period time window? Is that a reasonable solution, or is this 90-day window the what you guys need in order to functionally?
I think we were responding to the fact that if you want an appointment and you went online today, you're probably not going to get it for 30 days or even 60 days. Again, it's all about this limited capacity during COVID. And so people were being late when they were trying to get in touch with us to come into the office, and we just couldn't take them. And so really, I think you're hearing that as a common theme, that it was a good thing that that many people, I think in Fairfield County at one point in 1 month, it was like 10,000 people. We just did not have the capacity to service. And so we actually used extensions in many instances because we just couldn't take, the demand. And we're now rolling out the online license renewal as we continue to figure out ways to really, address that pent up demand.
And Chairman Lamar, obviously that's something that we can discuss, offline too. But again, if the appointment system grows to be more, that we can accommodate more people too.
Yeah, and those transactions have to be face to face, and so I mean that's really what the challenge is. So the extension was to address that issue.
If I could also add here, this is Sharon Generakis. I don't think shortening the period is going to solve the problem you're trying to solve, because these are people who are trying to register their cars here. These are not people who are trying to avoid property tax. They're looking to come and register their car. So if you shorten it to 30 days, you're just going to make them be violators rather than give them, the amount of time that they actually need to register their vehicles here.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. And there will be a few representatives who are interested in talking with you. Maybe I'll convene a meeting after this public hearing so we can sort of iron out those details and so people can understand that reservation system a little bit better. It certainly seems like the right approach to handle this issue, and maybe there's a different way to solve the problem. Yeah. And while I have this minute, I just want to say thank you, Sharon, Ms. Generakis, for your incredible service to the state of Connecticut. I know you're completing your term pretty soon. Probably this is the last opportunity before the full committee. And I just want to say, there are times when we've disagreed in the past. There are bills that I've introduced in the past decade that you have had difficulty supporting, but we've always worked well together. You've been an incredible and valuable resource to this committee, and someone that has been a reliable and steadfast advocate on a number of issues that impact the Department of Motor Vehicles and our entire constituency. And on behalf of the Transportation Committee, thank you for your service.
Thank you for those kind words. And our disagreements were always born out of passion on both sides.
And Representative Lamar, I do have the key to her office, so I will lock her in before she leaves.
There you go. Representative Meskers has a question.
Yeah, along the lines of the registration, I was concerned as to whether or not we are clear on the registration and insurance coverage. So two things. One, I think there's a requirement on insurance that you change your state of registration within 90 days of movement. And I'm hoping for both the registration and license renewals that our residents are aware that if they fail you to register in the state with their insurance company, may put that insurance in jeopardy. So I would just like to make sure, as part of the issue of registration and license renewal, that we emphasize that with our constituents, so that they make sure they have adequate insurance coverage and we collect our taxes.
Yep, I think when we met for the informational session, you did bring that up, and we are following up on that issue. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
That exhausts the questions this afternoon, sorry. So thank you all very much for your presentation, and thank you for your availability moving forward. As you can see from the public hearing testimony, there are some concerns that the committee advocates and yourselves will have to sit down and iron out before we can move forward. But we're hoping to accomplish that within the next few weeks. And we really greatly appreciate your availability and your commitment to the state of Connecticut, specifically during this very challenging time. So thank you very much, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, and everyone else.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Moving on, the next public official and the last public official within our hour that is registered is Representative Jane Gabay. Representative Gabay is to be followed by Doug Houseleyden on the public officials list. And then we move to the general public list, starting quickly right after 1 p.m. And the first person on that list is Sarah Roy. So if Representative Garabay is available, we'll call on her now.
I'm here.
Representative Garabay, thank you for joining us this noon. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Representative Lamar, Representative Sims, Senator Cassano, Representative Carney, and Senator Summers, and distinguished members of the committee. I am here today to testify in favor of Bill 5429, an act concerning pedestrian safety. As a representative of Windsor and Windsor Locks, bolstering pedestrian safety is a very important part of the advocacy work that I do. Both towns have incredibly busy state routes crossing through their main street business districts and have seen numerous pedestrian deaths and injuries in recent years. Most recently, someone hit on a bicycle and another one crossing correctly a crosswalk. According to the Governor's Highway Safety Association, there were 6,590 pedestrian deaths in the United States in 2019, which was the highest yearly amount in over 30 years. Connecticut is not immune to this problem, as the pedestrian death rate in our state has been steadily increasing in the last few years. This bill delivers power and confidence back to pedestrians so that we can make our streets more walkable and livable. In addition to resident safety, this bill also helps local businesses that rely on window shoppers to stay afloat. The COVID-19 public health crisis has ushered in an era of Main Street desolation, but imagine the success that our downtowns will see at the end of the pandemic if we make our streets safer and more walking friendly. By giving towns the ability to regulate local speed limits and designate pedestrian safety zones, we are giving them the power to economically survive and thrive. Furthermore, like many towns and cities between Springfield and New Haven, the main state routes located in both towns that I represent also happen to be within short walking distance of train stations along the Connecticut Rail Hartford line. This means that there is an abundance of residents living in transit-oriented housing development close to pedestrian crossing zones and popular local businesses. More people living in a downtown inevitably means more pedestrian walking downtown and contributing to the local economy. Convenience, equity, and environmental pedestrians in our state, like they are second-class citizens to cars, then apartment living by the local train station and business district could become increasingly unpopular, whether it be along the Metro North New Haven line or the Hartford line. Creating pedestrian-friendly policy will help downtown development in municipalities with transit-oriented business and residential district. This bill sets out to make true progress for our communities, and I am very excited to support its passage. I encourage this committee to give it a favorable report, and I look forward to supporting it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Garabay, for your testimony today, for your leadership of the Connecticut Main Street Caucus in the legislature, and for helping us to understand the impacts that this has broadly in a city like mine in New Haven, to rural communities, suburban communities, and everything in between. The number and lethality of the crashes that we're seeing are extraordinary. It's not just a Connecticut problem, it's a national problem, but we have a Connecticut responsibility. And this bill, I believe, goes a long way to meeting that responsibility. So thank you for your leadership and your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there questions for Representative Garabay? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Next up is Douglas Houselayden, to be followed by Sarah Roy. Is Mr. Houselayden available?
Mr. Houselayden should be joining the Zoom now.
Excellent.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
We're doing well, Mr. Houselayden. You are now live.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Lamar and members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in strong support in favor of HB 5429, which will make the necessary changes to our statutes to improve the safety of all road users, particularly our most vulnerable users involving school children and maintenance personnel. My name is Doug Housley, and I've served as the Director of Transportation, Traffic, and Parking for the last 7 years for the City of New Haven. And I'm excited to testify in favor of this bill. Connecticut has undertaken many steps to advance our shared goal of 0 fatalities and safer streets over the last decade. New Haven and the state passed Complete Streets. We've launched education campaigns called Street Smarts and other Watch From ECT. We worked together at this committee in the 2015 bike bill to update ways in which we can make design safer for all users. And now in this effort, we applaud the committee's willingness to take the next step in committing ourselves to having a safe and equitable transportation system. And that's by launching a Vision Zero Council and by launching pilots for automated enforcement of license plates. We've had a number of folks before, and there'll be many more testimonies after. But I just wanted to applaud you for removing these tickets from FOI, Freedom of Information requests, and also recommend continuing furthering the work with ACLU and the DMV to make sure that these tickets are also appropriately handled and strengthened for privacy concerns. Just to be frank, however, no one should be immune from speeding, and no one has a license to put our school children and our highway repair crews at risk. In New Haven, our citywide speed limit is 25 miles an hour. And this statute will allow us to issue any infraction for anyone going 12 miles over that. So that's a 50% over the speed limit is where we're at right now. And we applaud this step, and it's a great next step to help reducing speeds in our streets. Additionally, New Haven has the highest percentage of residents who walk or bike to work in the 10 largest cities of New England. Almost 20% of our residents walk or bike to work. And we've done a lot in this bill, and we applaud the efforts of your committee in this bill to continue to improve the safety for all road users, particularly pedestrians at unsignalized crosswalks and pedestrians at the mid-block crossings for some technical clarifying language about daylighting mid-block crossings. This is tremendous omnibus bill that really addresses a lot of road safety issues that have been brought up by advocates throughout the years. And I want to again applaud and thank the committee for taking on this action and having this as your first bill of the year. And very much, it's not SB1, but it's your SB1 or your HB1, if you will. And we really appreciate the fact that safety is being brought to the forefront. Finally, I'll just mention that having municipalities control speed limits makes a lot of sense for communities to design their streets the way that their communities want their streets designed, and ensuring that a traffic engineering study comes with it, as well as some defensive language to prevent any abuses by municipalities, I think should be very much commended as a great elements of this bill. Finally, anti-dooring legislation, creating the term dooring inside of state statute is very important. The next step will, of course, be educating and using that dooring statute when appropriate. But I think once we've created the dooring language, it's going to be also very appropriate to work with Tony Guerrera and the chair and the DMV commissioner to work on our education manuals to make sure that these tweaks to our legislation and our language get followed through into our education manuals at the DMV. And finally, thank you to creation of the Greenways account. I think that's a terrific way to start reinvesting the money that's coming from the license plates and commemorative license plate account into small scale studies and creating and finishing these gaps in our network. I'll pause there and just thank again, Chairman Lamar and the committee, and I'm willing to answer any questions that might be on the technicality side from a municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Housley, for your testimony today and for coming before us for the last number of years to highlight a lot of the concerns that we see in Connecticut and that you specifically see in trying to implement many of the speed and safety controls that we have at our availability or don't have at our availability here in Connecticut. And thank you for highlighting so many of the different components of the bill that we have before us. You're right, it is an omnibus bill. Many of these issues have been brought to me over the years by different advocacy bases. It was, an aside from Representative Devlin 2 years ago with respect to the Greenways account. She highlighted for me that, the money from these license plates don't actually go where they're supposed to go. And so we quickly figured out a way to bring those dollars in to this as well to make sure that we're investing in the right spaces. But the technical components of this bill in large part are driven by folks like yourself who helped me think through these issues, how they would be implemented, and I greatly appreciate that. With that said, there is a question from Representative Devlin.
Your class.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have one question. You and I also support certainly the pedestrian bicycle aspects of this bill. We've had serious accidents and fatality in the town of Fairfield. My own son was cut off by a car and had a serious accident while doing a training ride on his bike in the back road. So I do support this, but a piece that I'm interested in your perspective on is the education aspect. So you hit on having this included in DMV manuals, but I'm not sure how broadly distributed those are, or for someone who's not currently going to the DMV, how they would access that. What do you see as the most effective and efficient ways of, should this bill move forward and we're able to get it into statute, to educate motorists, bikers, pedestrians about these changes so that everybody's aware?
That's a great question. Thank you, Representative Devlin. And I commend Fairfield. I think you have an active bike walk group, if I'm not mistaken, that I've talked with in the past. So I think the big trick on education is really about how do we create a culture of safety, and that culture of safety can build on each other. Whether it's the DMV manual for all new licensed Connecticut drivers, they will then be treated and educated in these updates, just like we do every year with updates to our statutes. Whether it's publicity press and a blitz when the new laws are instituted on January 1st of each year, October 1st sometimes, you hear a lot of advocacy and outreach surrounding those. I think the biggest change is going to be on some level, how do we also get our police departments to be ready to enforce and use this new language with stop, not yield for crosswalks. Some other things about education are just straight up signage. How do we properly sign and mark the pavement to prevent people from parking within 25 feet of mid-block crosswalks that were striped and signed by local traffic authorities? So I think it's going to be, for each of the pieces, it's going to be a little bit different. And the city of New Haven, I can speak to our efforts on education, and that's, our city has long been at this, and Representative Lamar used to be Alderman Lamar, who has been helping with this advocacy and education campaigns. But we've created a number of advocacy organizations. I'm on the board of one called the New Haven Coalition for Active Transportation. We've trained a number of league cycling instructors. This is a national certification for cycling instructors. I'm an LCI myself. I passed in October. And so one way to do the education is just train people to go out and train others. So train the trainer methodologies. And we've been successful in having over 20 different education courses in 2020 with trainers like myself training others how to ride bikes. And what's our ultimate goal is to get in the classroom of every 2nd, 8th, and 10th grade class. So 2nd, 8th, and 10th grade classes, maybe 2nd, 6th, and 10th grade. But again, teach students how to be responsible users of the right of way. And we have captive audiences on some level with respect to K through 12 populations. The best communities in the country get into the gym class, if you will. And so to that end, in April of 2020, we had our first ever gym class scheduled. Of course, that never happened because of coronavirus, but that's the way we think to create this culture of driving. It's going to be a number of different strategies, and the ultimate one is getting into every grade school and every high school course class and making sure that they're trained appropriately.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Some really great suggestions, and hopefully we can pick up on those as we move ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Devlin. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. House-Layden, for your testimony this afternoon, and thank you for being a resource to this committee on so many issues in the past and moving forward. Next up, we have Sarah Roy, followed by Eli Sabin. We'll wait for a moment for Ms. Roy to come into the meeting.
Hi, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Ms. Roy. You are fully viewable and on the clock. Thank you for joining us today.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Chairman Lamar and the committee. I'm honored to be here, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today in support of House Bill 5429. Around our country and in our state, people are needlessly dying and getting injured at the hands of automobile drivers, and this is wrong. 52 pedestrians and 6 cyclists were killed in collisions with vehicles in Connecticut between January and November of 2020 alone. That's more than 1 death per week last year. That's 58 mothers, fathers, grandparents, sisters, brothers, and cherished friends who were taken from the people who love them as a result of other human beings making bad choices or fatal mistakes behind the wheel. And as many of our current systems of road design and driving that makes these bad decisions and fatal mistakes so prevalent. This is a public health crisis. Each year in the US, people driving vehicles kill as many human beings as people shooting guns. This is a big and dangerous problem, and communities need tools like House Bill 5429 if they are going to have a fighting chance at improving the safety of our roads and saving lives. In my own neighborhood, I know families who don't allow their children to play in their own front yards or ride their bikes on their own street because parents are petrified of them being hit by a speeding or distracted driver. I believe I speak for many parents in our town of Fairfield when I say that I'm tired of living this way, and I'm tired of asking our children to live this way. It is heartbreaking and wrong of us as a society to rob children and other vulnerable populations, such as people with disabilities and seniors, of their right and their ability to explore their own community free from fear and being hit by speeding or distracted drivers. I'm here today to ask you to help communities help us keep us safe, especially the most vulnerable among us, through your support of this bill. I can't stress enough how much the tools provided in House Bill 5429 will aid communities in saving lives through provisions like the pedestrian right-of-way and crosswalks for people who affirmatively indicate their intent to cross, increased fines for distracted driving, allowing municipalities to determine speed limits and create pedestrian safety zones, creating a pilot program for the use of camera enforcement in school zones, and establishing a Vision Zero Council for the state. Please help us make our roads safer for everyone and help us prevent these senseless, horrific, and unnecessary deaths and injuries in our state in the future. I urge you to support House Bill 5429. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sarah, for your testimony today and for being our first member of the public, actually, to take a part in the 2021 legislative session via Zoom. This is the Transportation Committee is the bit of the test case in utilizing this technology for our upcoming year. We appreciate you making your way through the technological challenges that we all may be facing and joining us today this afternoon.
It worked.
So far, so good. We haven't had any complaints, so far, so good. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm thrilled. Sarah, thank you so much for your testimony. It's wonderful to have a member of our Fairfield Bike and Pedestrian Committee here today leading the charge along with New Haven, and I'm really proud of that. I wanted to ask you specifically about the crosswalk and the pedestrian and crosswalks, just to help clarify for everyone. This is a legislation we've been working on for a few years along with a lot of this, and I want to give incredible kudos to Chairman Lamar for the work that he's done for so many years. But the affirmatively indicating piece, can you just use plain person's language to say, what does that mean about pedestrians and crosswalks? So what would that be like if you were here in the neighborhood, and what would change with this law?
Well, thank you, Representative McCarthy-Vahey. I think it's my understanding that currently, as the state law as written it gives discretion. It leaves it up to the driver's discretion to determine whether or not it's safe they have to stop or yield for a pedestrian. And this law would make it more would put the priority back on the pedestrian when they affirmatively. Am I wrong in saying they have to step into the crosswalk, or they just have to indicate with their hand, or how is that affirmative?
Well, and I'm not meaning to put you on the spot. I think the issue, we've had this conversation in the chamber and the House over the years, that we've had it here in Connecticut such that pedestrians have to already enter into the crosswalk in order to be able to have a vehicle yield. And this actually just helps us.
Yeah.
That whatever way a pedestrian is indicating affirmatively that they intend to cross, it gives a little bit more oomph to the pedestrian and helps provide that for them. So I just want to thank you again for the work that you've done in the community and for kicking off here today.
I want to say the way that I firmly indicate is when I cross Stratfield Road in our community with my son to take him to school every day, I have a bright orange flag that I carry to make sure there's no question. And I think that this law will just strengthen a pedestrian's right to cross safely by making it no question that they have that right to do so. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Representative McCarthy-Vahey. Yes, that is the very scenario that we're attempting to address. In almost every other state in the country, the requirement is not on you and your son to physically step into the crosswalk before triggering a car to yield for you. And we're trying to just bring Connecticut in line with almost every other state in the country, which states if you're at the curb and you're intending to cross, the car's got to stop. You shouldn't have to put yourself, your family, a pet, whatever, into the middle of the crosswalk before someone yields for you. So thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
With that, we are moving on to Eli Sabin, to be followed by William Kaplan. Thank you, Ms. Roy.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Sabin available?
Should be on now. Eli, can you hear?
Not appear as if he has made it into the panelists. Oh, I think someone just joined.
I was going to say he should have just come in now. Eli, if you can try unmuting or turning on your camera for us.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Sabin. You are now online and available. And
good afternoon. Good afternoon,
Chair
Chair Lamar, Ranking Member Summers, Ranking Member Carney, Vice Chair Casano, Vice Chair Sims, and members of the Transportation Committee. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon, especially given the difficult circumstances. My name is Eli Sabin, and I represent Ward 1 on the New Haven Board of Alders. And I'm testifying today to communicate my strong support for House Bill 5429. In 2020, 11 pedestrians and cyclists died on New Haven roads. For context, there were 20 homicides in the city last year. And across the state in 2020, the Department of Transportation reported that 65 pedestrians were killed. On the New Haven Board of Alders, I represent thousands of people who walk and bike around downtown and all over our city. And over the last few years, there have been numerous accidents and several people have been injured or killed in my district, including some of my constituents. House Bill 5429 would take important steps to address the traffic safety issues that affect so many in my community and in communities across Connecticut. Granting towns and cities the authority to change local speed limits, create pedestrian safety zones, and pilot automated speed enforcement will keep people safe, and there are numerous studies showing that these strategies are effective. Establishing a Vision Zero Council and requiring the Office of the State Traffic Administration to consider pedestrians and cyclists when reviewing projects will help ensure traffic safety is prioritized in future policymaking. Other provisions of the bill will help protect pedestrians and crosswalks, decrease distracted driving, and increase public awareness of traffic enforcement. This bill builds on years of traffic safety advocacy and legislative action and would help us prevent the many deaths and injuries that happen on roads across Connecticut every year. Low-income residents and people of color are disproportionately affected by dangerous driving and unsafe streets, and traffic safety is a critical issue of social and racial justice. Passing this bill is a key priority for me personally and for many others in the New Haven community and in cities and towns around the state. I strongly urge support of House Bill 5429 and urge you to favorably vote it out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Saban, for your testimony today and for joining us on our first public Zoom public hearing. The work that has been done in New Haven has been referenced as a model for the state, which is great to hear that so much of the work that we've done for the last 20 years is being emulated to help provide pedestrian safety for so many of our fellow Connecticut residents. But you highlighted the sad fact that it hasn't been enough. And frankly, the increases in fatalities and crash lethality across the country largely is by excess speed, distracted driving, both in hand and on board, and the size and weight of vehicles being greatly increased over the last 20 years. And it was highlighted that one of the primary causes of lethality is just the difference between going 25 miles per hour and 30 miles per hour. That you're about 30% more likely to have a fatal accident if you're hit at 30 miles per hour than you are at 25. But that slight increase in speed is the difference between an unfortunate accident and a tragic one. And so it is incumbent upon all of us in places like New Haven, but all across Connecticut, to fight for these sorts of changes. So I appreciate your support here today. Are there any questions for Mr. Saban? Seeing none, thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Representative, for all your work on this.
Next up is William Kaplan, to be followed by Jim Travers. Mr. Kaplan?
It does not appear Mr. Kaplan has joined the room, and we have admitted the next speaker, Jim.
Okay, Mr. Travers. And for reference, moving forward, we will reserve Mr. Kaplan's space. If we recognize that he is having technical difficulties, we'll find a way to accommodate his testimony later on in the proceedings.
Hi, thank you. Honorable members of the Transportation Committee, my name is Jim Travers, and I'm the Bureau Chief of Transportation, Traffic, and Parking for the City of Stamford. I appear before you to respectfully request that a portion of HB 5429, specifically the section referencing speed limits in municipalities, maintain with the Connecticut Department of Transportation for their concurrence, review, and final recommendation. As a transportation professional, overseeing these two divisions in two of the largest cities in Connecticut, New Haven and now in Stamford, I have a history of complete streets adoption and implementing best practices. With respect to the proposal to allow municipalities to set their own speed limits, I have concerns regarding this proposal. But first, I must applaud you for taking up the issue of pedestrian safety. Tragedies involving pedestrians and cyclists are occurring all too often on our roadways, and particularly at our intersections, a shared space with many turning movements and where traditional traffic enforcement is often challenging. I understand that statewide, these numbers underscore the need and lend to the urgency to improve the safety of our roadways. But my concerns here today are focused on allowing municipalities to set speed limits within their borders. I, for one, appreciate the checks and balances that the current system provides. The submission seeking approval from the Connecticut Department of Transportation requires the municipality to perform a thorough review of the roadway condition and design and to determine the appropriate speed limit. During my tenure here in Stamford, I've interacted frequently with the Connecticut Department of Transportation regarding speed limit reductions on city roads. I've always found their input to be valuable and ensuring the safe ensuring safe passage. Sorry. As transportation professionals, we often review the design speed of a roadway. Setting arbitrary speed limits without looking into other factors as it relates to speed will simply not be addressing the root of the problem. I urge you to look at the success that we have had here in Stamford. During my tenure, we have made a significant investment to retime all the city's traffic signals to the posted speed limit of the roadway. This has been single-handedly one of the most successful endeavors of this administration. The results have been an overall 14% reduction in travel time, with some corridors as much as a 42% reduction. This has greatly helped reduce driver frustration and attributed to the city's lowest overall crashes in the past 8 years. Additionally, in 2019, and my data is from 2019 prior to COVID, right? Additionally, in 2019, we had the lowest bike crashes on record. And even though we had, even though we know more people are cycling now more than ever. Furthermore, Stamford's pedestrian fatalities are considerably lower than state and national average. And we have accomplished this even with the city's default speed limit of 30 miles per hour. Allowing municipalities to lower their own speed limits without any oversight, in my opinion, is dangerous. It does nothing to require the municipality to look at their own infrastructure as a leading cause of these crashes. I believe that we would be better off to support cities and towns to optimize their traffic signal timing as a first step.
Your 3-minute timer.
I have long been a supporter of complete streets. Having worked in New Haven at a time when the city was the first city to adopt complete streets legislation. During my tenure, we looked holistically at traffic crash reduction, focusing on the engineering of city streets, a community-engaged Street Smarts safety program, and a strong relationship with law enforcement. I have adopted these same principles here in Stamford, and we are seeing the results of these actions. Our Connecticut Department of Transportation is filled with a robust team of qualified professionals that can add review and valuable oversight to the cities and towns' recommendations and proposals. Again, I feel would we be better suited to support cities and towns by providing funding options to improve our signalization network, install proven countermeasures, and help redesign our roadways, particularly our intersections, in a safe and efficient manner. Stamford did it, and we should be looking at the results here and how they can be replicated in other municipalities. I reviewed my testimony today with our Chief of Police, and he concurs with my concerns and furthers the request that this process remain with OSTA for approval. That being said, I do support Representative Lamar's proposal for allowing automated speed enforcement cameras, as well as clarifying language relating to pedestrians at the crosswalks and stiffer penalties for distracted driving. But again, enforcement alone will not fix these problems. In fact, it has been proven, not only here in Stamford, but in cities all across America, that we must look at the entirety of the transportation network to fix this problem. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Travers, for your testimony today and for your work on behalf of two of our great cities here in Connecticut. I greatly appreciate the time and effort and passion that you've brought to traffic safety, both in my home city and your home city of New Haven and in Stamford. I just want to highlight with your concerns about the Office of State Traffic Administration having retaining control over the establishment of local speed limits. They have actually submitted testimony saying that they no longer think that they are the appropriate entity to be doing this, that they do trust that the local transit authorities have the capacity and the talent in many cases to do this locally, and that they are the best administrators. The State Department of Transportation has said that they believe that this authority should be hosted locally as well as that bureau. So I think there's some work that we need to do to make sure that the rigor and capacity at all levels of government is there. We don't want arbitrary speed limits set, but we do think that the time has come to allow this conversation to move forward, to allow some municipalities who've done the research and developed the local speed controls to incorporate lower speed limits and pedestrian safety zones that they are able to individually establish, meeting certain criteria, and local roads where a local traffic authority has capacity to engage in that level of engineering and detailed analysis. And I think that's where Department of Transportation and OSTA are actually are now as well. So I think that's a conversation we can continue to have, but I greatly value your input to the committee. It's greatly appreciated. I know Representative Blumenthal has a question for you as well.
Representative.
Good to see you, Jim. I I want to say, first of all, thanks for being here. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for all your work for the city. I can testify personally as to the benefits of the resignalization project as a resident of Stamford, and a number of the other projects that you and the administration have accomplished. And some of them have been award-winning, and so congratulations on those. I guess, I wanted to ask you a question about your testimony, primarily just to kind of get a better understanding of your concerns regarding the speed limit provision. And I guess to me, it sounds like your concern is that cities and towns will see safety concerns at a certain area, and instead of doing a comprehensive review of kind of all the engineering concerns, they'll just lower the speed limit. Is that a fair summarization of the concern?
Well, I think there's two concerns. One, I do think that we would be remiss in looking at the system holistically, right? We did it here in Stamford. We have the lowest rate. We had one pedestrian fatality last year. It was the longest span in between pedestrian fatalities that we have ever had, right? And one is one too many. Right. But what we have, the issue of signal retiming has single-handedly been, I believe, one of the most, the best thing that this administration could have ever done. The positive feedback that we hear, because we were doing driver frustration. Complete Streets is that. It is just that. It is complete. It is making sure that we provide a roadway that's effective for all users. Right. I think that we have to look at where the successes are and mimic those. I have concerns when it is simply just lowering the speed limit, right? We hear the request all the time, and it is not a lowering of the speed limit that is going to fix this situation. It's about how we designed our roads. If we over-designed our roads and we put an arbitrarily low speed limit on it, it's not going to be followed, and the issue is going to be then to the police department to expect to enforce something that they don't have the ability to enforce today. And it is because we designed something wrong. And we as transportation professionals, and we as administrators in city government, we have a responsibility to make sure that our roads are designed correctly. And that's a challenge for many municipalities. Financially, that's really difficult. And we were able to do that with funding that came out of our COG, right? And that's what I would request, that we look at the funding that comes out of our COGs and how we could best support real change that happens in city streets that makes it safer, because we're making changes to city roads that are having the reverse effect, right? And we're not looking at the fact that we changed something and it had a reverse effect, and we have a number of pedestrian fatalities. Look at why you're doing it and come up with those. It is not simply lowering a speed limit that's going to fix the problem.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. I just have one follow-up to stick to my two-question limit. And I guess I would just ask, would your concern be allayed somewhat if I know there's an engineering design study requirement right now, if that design study requirement were kind of more of a comprehensive complete streets approach, would that mitigate some of your concerns around allowing municipalities more discretion to lower their speed limits?
So again, I would go back to experience, right? And in my experience here in Stamford, I have put a number of requests up to OSTA for speed limit review, right? Some have been approved, some have not been approved. But it is the dialogue that we have that really talks about what is the future vision, how is that going to be, right? So a complete streets approach, if the municipality is the only single person who has that has the review over that, I appreciate the fact that I have partners at DOT that is the second ears and eyes that we look at. When we look at our road investments that we've made here, I have a partner at Bustin O'Neill, and it is those partnerships. It's looking at other individuals who come together to give the best credence to what we can establish. And so if there is a complete streets thing, is it good? I think it's better when somebody else looks at it and there's a check and balance.
Thanks very much, Jim.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Blumenthal. Are there any additional questions for Mr. Travers? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, is William Kaplan in at this point? If not, we'll move on to Samantha Danowski, to be followed by Constance Vickers.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could you please repeat that name? And Constance Vickers will be replaced by James Baraha, the mayor.
Okay, so William Kaplan was not here when we first called him, and I don't know if he has now since joined us. If he has not, Samantha Danowski is next on our list, to be followed by the city of Bridgeport.
And we do have Samantha. She should be joining us now from the city of Bridgeport.
Perfect. Samantha, are you on? I see Samantha. Samantha, you are live and before us on the Transportation Committee today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Representative Lamar and members of the committee. Congratulations on your first virtual public hearing. Things seem to be going very smoothly. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter. On behalf of Sierra Club and our more than 40,000 members and supporters in Connecticut, I want to thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 5429. I have submitted written testimony, which I will briefly summarize. Sierra Club Connecticut strongly supports measures that will improve safety for pedestrians and bikers, and measures that will increase access to pedestrian and bike pathways to protect people and the planet. As you are well aware and others have stated, pedestrian deaths have been increasing. Safety measures are essential for Connecticut residents who do not own vehicles and walk, bike, and use public transit to get around in their daily lives. Connecticut has 4 cities, Hartford, New Haven, Waterbury, and Bridgeport, in the top 30 cities in the US with over 100,000 in population that have 0 car households. So safety measures are absolutely critical. They're also critical to encourage more car-free transportation. According to the latest greenhouse gas inventory from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, the transportation sector here in Connecticut accounts for 38% of greenhouse gas emissions in the state. Our Global Warming Solution Act calls on our state to reduce greenhouse gases by 45% under 2001 levels by 2030 and 80% by 2050. So becoming less reliant on cars is one of the many things that we can and must do to reduce greenhouse gases from the transportation sector, and to create an atmosphere where people feel comfortable getting out of cars. Safety is absolutely important. It is vitally important for those who are already out of cars and not creating pollution, but it is also for a livable planet in the future. So thank you for your attention to this important issue, and I urge your support for this bill.
Thank you, Samantha, for your testimony today and for joining us on behalf of Sierra Club and your work on so many issues before the committee, past years and this year as well. I know we'll likely see you again on other issues that we'll be confronting. Are there any questions for Samantha? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Constance Vickers on behalf of the city of Bridgeport.
So, Mr. Chair, actually, James Baraha is the person speaking. Constance registered him. There was a little confusion with their registration.
No worries. James, you are going to take
they should be in the call.
Okay, yeah. James, you're going to take Constance's spot.
Yep.
Followed by William Kaplan, if he's available. If not, Andy Matthews.
Okay, very good, sir. You can hear me? So I've also submitted written testimony, but I'll just highlight it as well. Good afternoon, Chairman Lamar, Vice Chair Casano, Vice Chair Sims, Ranking Member Summers, and Ranking Member Carney. Thank you for bringing this important bill to a public hearing before your committee. My name is Deputy Chief James Braha of the Bridgeport Police Department. This proposed legislation has caused two key issues that I would like to comment on. One is the importance of protecting pedestrians and also a concern over increasing fines for violations. Bridgeport is a large urban center, and I have firsthand seen the toll that pedestrian fatalities or serious injuries have had on members of our community. I've been lucky enough to see several mayoral administrations take this issue on with everything from re-engineering city streets, intensive educational programs, and of course, law enforcement actions. However, pedestrian safety continues to be a serious area of concern. With an increase in pedestrian accidents and fatalities in the last few years, the ongoing nature of these incidents suggests that we need to continue the effort. And I believe that this legislation is an important first step. I support the creation of the Vision Zero Council and its proposed charge to bring partners together to plan data-driven planning and community-based solutions to this dire issue. I would encourage that local law enforcement would be included in this council in some capacity to provide on-the-ground input to the discussion. In regards to fines, I wanted to express a concern I have in that during these difficult economic times, these types of fines may be considered oppressive and may not add to the deterrence effect in the way that they were able to in the past. Even with the fund to eventually return the collection of fines back to municipalities, I'm concerned that this will disproportionately impact residents in less affluent areas where automotive congestion and pedestrian traffic is more prevalent. Overall, I am supportive of HB 5429, and I hope that my concerns will be taken into consideration to make this bill a stronger and more equitable solution to tackle our pedestrian safety issues. And on a personal note, I just wanted to say to the chair and to the committee that the civility and the compassion expressed during the session that I've observed is so refreshing. And I wanted to point out that as a newbie to this process, I was very impressed.
Thank you, James. That's deeply appreciated. And I want to thank you for your testimony and for your willingness to give us some advice on how we may improve it. It's always good to hear where there may be concerns, where those opportunities for addressing those concerns may lie. And so we'll certainly be attempting to ensure that we have the best possible bill that comes out of this committee, and the insight from our largest city in the state is greatly appreciated. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Deputy Chief Braha. Thank you for your service, and thank you for coming here today. I just have one question. I'm just thinking, is your experience as a police officer, whether you could shed some light on how this could impact, municipalities within this bill. So the part about allowing municipalities to set speed limits on certain municipal roads. The one thing that kind of popped up in my head was if, say, for example, there's a road that connects Bridgeport and Fairfield. That's that's a municipal road. It's not a state road. And if, say, one of the communities sets it at one speed limit versus the other, I mean, do you see any issues with that happening, or I'm sure there'd be some communication, but could there be potential issues there?
So the short answer is for my level in operations, no. The reason being that we basically we'll take a look at the site and we'll see, oh, that's Route 1. In this section, it's 35 miles an hour. In this section, it might be a little bit more. So we basically go by the signage, and we're also very heavily invested in going not to what they used to do in the old days, which would be pick a spot and say, this is a chronic problem spot for us. No, we're looking at the fresh data and saying, where have we had recent trends or recent spikes? And that's where we're directing our enforcement actions. So other than the fact that you might get a little bit of variation, like for example, Route 1's a perfect example. I can come in all the way from Fairfield, Westport, Southport, straight through to Stratford. And it's all municipal streets, it's a state road, and there might be various different, signs or speed zones, but we can easily navigate that.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, one of my concerns just would be like, say, if one town sets at 25 miles an hour, and you're coming in from another town that say it's 30 or 35, and then that person enters the town and there's a penalty or to be had because of that. So
yeah, I also rely on our officers' discretions. Years and years ago, I went to a wedding in Florida. I met a state trooper down there. we were talking about the business, and he mentioned, hey, listen, how do you find our roads? And I was like, oh, it's awesome. It's great. You know, I think you guys are doing a good job. And he said, well, just remember, never go over 10 miles over the posted limit. I was like, why? He said, because that's our rule. We'll give you a little bit of leeway. So if you're going 40 and a 35, well, you're okay. But the main thing is the catching the outliers, because those are the people who are seriously going to impact the communities in terms of accidents, and speed equals damage. So there's a huge difference for us between like a 35-mile-an-hour crash and a 45-mile-an-hour crash.
Right. Well, again, thank you so much, Deputy Chief, for coming out here and spending a few minutes talking to us today.
Thank you for your support, sir.
Thank you. And thank you again for indicating the role that law enforcement and these rules can play. I think Representative Carney hits on an issue I've heard from constituents. You know, there's other communities have utilized, you know, this type of policing, and, you know, we moved away from red light cameras because we saw other communities would change the yellow light sequencing and lessen the time of yellow lights. And so I thought that was a pretty relevant concern. And if we couldn't stop that from happening locally, we maybe needed to move away from that technology for a few years until there was better protections in place. And so looking at speed instead was the right way to go. And I worked closely with law enforcement chiefs saying, like, this is the sort of initiatives that make the most sense to combat what we're seeing on our roadways. So I think it's helpful to have you here talking about that. Representative Carney highlights an issue that, as a constituent brought up, they brought up an old Dukes of Hazzard episode that they had watched, where the chief would wait for Bowen, I never watched that show. Bowen, whoever it is.
Bowen Luke, by the way.
Bowen Luke, sorry, to come down the road, and then the police chief would pull down the speed limit sign, and suddenly the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit would be 25, and they're fearful that that's what we were allowing here, was that type of activity on behalf of our local police departments. And I appreciate you lending the safety and sanctity component of this. And the fact that there are real traffic engineers and traffic safety people involved in this authority that would look at these routes and determine the appropriate speed, and arbitrary speed limit, as potentially alluded to by somebody else. This is an actual professional engineering process and safety process that this would go through before we establish a lower speed limit. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions for the Deputy Chief? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today. William Kaplan. And then Andy Matthews, to be followed by Sierra Patrick. For reference to anyone following at home, the list of speakers is presented in order on our website that you can follow on if you're having a question about where you fit inside of the current order. We are just about finishing up our public officials list, and we're going back and forth with the members of the general public as well. The next two people, and Andrew Matthews, followed by Sierra Patrick, will be before us. And then if you have any other questions, our clerk, Phil Maniero, is available. Thank you. Mr. Matthews, I see you. You are unmuted and live before us on the Transportation Committee. It's great to have you before us today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Cassano, Representative Lamar, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. We hope you and your families are healthy and safe during these difficult times. My name's Andrew Matthews. I'm currently the Executive Director of the Connecticut State Police Union, former union president from 2010 to 2018, and a retired sergeant with the state police. We represent approximately 897 troopers, sergeants, and master sergeants, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. We're here today to speak in opposition of only Section 16 of Raised Bill 5429, which is specific to speed cameras on limited access highways. Together, we have an obligation and a history of preventing injuries and deaths of pedestrians, motorists, roadway workers, but we must also fulfill our oath of office by protecting the constitutional rights of all citizens. While we're committed to working with the proponents of this bill to find solutions to their concerns, we do not support the use of unreliable speed enforcement cameras on limited access highways. Under Connecticut General Statute 29-7, which states in part, the Commissioner of the Emergency Services and Public Protections shall devise and make effective a system for the purpose of preventing and detecting any violation of criminal law or the laws relating to motor vehicle. Connecticut law does not allow the delegation of police powers with respect to detection of speeding vehicles on roadways and does not allow for cameras to substitute the training, experience, knowledge, and discretion of sworn police officers. This bill proposes the use of speed cameras to replace state troopers on limited access highways and does not allow for the accused to have the right to cross-examine their accuser. State troopers, not speed cameras, should be used to protect the motorists and our work zone employees on limited access highways. When a speeding motorist travels through a work zone, a speed camera cannot initiate a motor vehicle stop to eliminate a dangerous or reckless operator on the highway. We should focus more on the offending vehicle before they get to the work zone with the employees. This bill delegates the statutory authority of law enforcement.
Hi, is this Vaz? Hi, this is Phil Monero from the Transportation Committee.
This bill delegates the statutory authority of law enforcement officers to a privately owned for-profit corporation and subcontracts the work of law enforcement. Privatizing law enforcement responsibilities could lead to fraud, abuse, and litigation for violation of individuals' constitutional rights and prevents officers from using discretions with families on the roadways. Based on the foregoing, we respectfully request this committee not to approve Section 16 of the proposed legislation in its current form. I thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews, for your testimony today. And frankly, we've disagreed on this issue for a couple of years, but you've actually always been someone that we've been able to have advocates speak with and work out concerns as much as we can. I know we're not likely to end up in complete agreement on this, but I think the dialogue has been productive, and I think there's understanding on both sides of where we're trying to go. And if we ultimately don't see eye to eye on this, I do actually appreciate the level of thought that you bring to this conversation and the commitment to your members that you have. And I hope that relationship continues between ourselves and highway maintenance workers who are asking for further protection.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any questions for Mr. Matthews? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today, and I will be reaching out to you to set up some meetings.
Thank you. Be safe, everyone.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mayor Bronin from the City of Hartford.
Thanks very much, Chairman Lamar, and Chairman Casano, and members of the committee. Grateful for the chance to testify today. As you all know, traffic safety, particularly for those walking and biking, has been a priority for many of our communities. And throughout Connecticut, we've seen an increase in traffic fatalities over recent years. The importance of increasing safety in our community is particularly important for cities like Hartford, where about a third of our households don't own cars, and where we're trying our best to make our city more welcoming and hospitable to bike and pedestrian activity. But of course, there also is a need just to increase road safety in general. There's a lot that we are doing. There's an awful lot more that we have to do at the local level, but I do believe strongly that there is room for state leadership and state partnership on this. And I think a number of bills that are under consideration in the committee would meaningfully increase traffic safety and also meaningfully increase our ability as a community to promote that goal. So in particular, strongly support HB 5429's provisions to allow municipalities to set lower speed limits, along with the increased share of traffic ticket revenue to municipalities to assist with the funding of that enforcement, because of course, speed limits without effective enforcement is not effective. Also strongly support the provision to allow for a pilot of speed camera enforcement in school zones. I would encourage the consideration of an even broader pilot and allow communities to use cameras more broadly, but very supportive of the proposal to pilot speed cameras in school zones. And, I think it is also time for us to look, as some have proposed to do, to look at what other states are doing. And Connecticut is an outlier when it comes to the lack of any penalty for opening a door into a way that obstructs the roadway and obstructs another vehicle. So I also support the proposal for a fine for dooring. Those are, I'll leave my initial comments there. I'm submitting written testimony as well. But again, grateful to the committee for considering these bills and hope that they will move forward.
Thank you, Mayor Bronin, for your testimony today and for lending a voice from our capital city about the impacts that we're seeing broadly in all cities, but all rural and suburban communities across Connecticut as well. This is a state issue that we've got to take seriously, and we've got to incorporate different tools and look at what other neighboring states and localities are doing. And I think 5429 is based largely on conversations I've had with advocates across the state for a number of years. And I know you hear from the same people that I do, talking about improving livability and connectivity of our communities. And I thank you for lending your voice from the city of Hartford.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mayor Bronin? Seeing none, thank you again for your time today.
Thanks very much.
We have two individuals so far who we've called but have not logged in. We will keep the window open, and our clerk will be cognizant if they do sign up at a later point. They are Sierra Patrick on behalf of the city of Groton and William Kaplan. Next on our public list is Richard Belitsky, to be followed by Aaron McCleary.
Rich should be in the room now. Rich, if you could unmute yourself.
Okay, am I in now?
Good afternoon, Richard.
Hi. Thank you. Are you ready for me to begin?
We are.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Richard Belitsky. I live in Guilford and work in New Haven. I'm a member of the faculty and former Deputy Dean for Education at the Yale School of Medicine. I'd like to begin with a story. It was a beautiful spring day, April 19th, 2008, when Mila Rainoff was struck by a vehicle as she crossed the York Street South Frontage Road intersection in New Haven. Mila was a fourth-year medical student at Yale at the time, just 1 month from her graduation and start of her residency program in emergency medicine. Mila's view of the oncoming traffic was obscured by a truck leaving the loading dock at Yale New Haven Hospital, and a car entering that intersection was speeding up to beat the red light. Mila was just steps from reaching the curb and died of her injuries the following day. Mila was 27 years old. It was my job as Deputy Dean for Education at the medical school to call her parents residing in California to inform them of what had happened to their daughter. It was the most difficult and heartbreaking phone call of my professional career, a feeling that has never left me. At the time this happened, we were all aware of the difficulties of that intersection in front of the medical school and hospital. We crossed it with trepidation every day. Our patients going to appointments, healthcare providers, faculty, staff, students, residents. Every day we saw trucks entering from a loading dock and crossing multiple lanes of traffic. Cars speeding to beat the red light. vehicles accelerating because that street is a direct entrance to the highway. Pedestrians trying to navigate long lights weaving through a congested intersection with multiple lanes of fast-moving traffic. It was, we all knew, an accident waiting to happen. And then it did. At the time, we promised the Rainoff family that we would do everything we could to make that intersection safe, to correct the conditions that had led to their daughter's death. But here we are, 13 years later, despite the hard work of many dedicated and caring people, and with some improvements in place, this remains a very dangerous intersection, and that promise to the Rainoff family has not yet been kept. It is in this context that I urge you to pass Resolution HB 5429. While there are many important aspects of this bill, I especially want to emphasize the importance of the provision to pilot automated speed enforcement, because doing something to decrease and hopefully stop the speeding of vehicles is critical to ensuring pedestrian safety at this intersection and many like it throughout our state. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Belitsky, for your time and testimony today. And for those of us from New Haven, we're familiar with these stories. And I'm sorry. I just thank you for your time and testimony today, Richard, and I appreciate you sharing that with us and bringing a story about why this is such an issue for us locally, and the number of issues that we've had in our community over the last few decades is the reason, frankly, why I'm in the position I'm in. I thank you, Richard. I don't know that I have anything more that I can offer at this time, except thank you for your testimony.
Okay, and thank you for the work you're all doing.
Are there any questions for Mr. Belitsky? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
You're welcome.
We're going to move on to Aaron McCleary, to be followed by Kurt Lang. Ms. McCleary, you are up. If you can unmute. There you are. Gotcha. Erin, did we lose you?
There I am.
Oh, there you are. Thank you, Erin, for joining us today.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, excellent. Well, first of all, good afternoon, Representative Lamar, Senators Casano, Representative Summers, and Carney. I do want to appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding Senate Bill 261. And I am Dr. Erin McCleary. I am an optometrist, board certified and practicing Connecticut for the last 14 years. And I am the immediate past president of the Connecticut Association of Optometrists. And I practice currently in Clear Horizon Eye Care in Plainville, Connecticut. First of all, I want to applaud and thank you for continuing to support vision screenings as a requirement for licensure for all of our license applicants in the state of Connecticut. Obviously, I think this is something that's really important. However, there are a couple of things with the new language. First of all, it is requiring the applicant to require a medical professional to fulfill a certification in lieu of obtaining a vision screening, or at least that's the way it reads. And it is defined within the statutes who these medical professionals should be, which are definitely appropriate. They include physicians, ophthalmology, optometry, PAs. However, in requiring the vision assessment to be completed by a medical professional, it does have an impact on applicants as well as the professionals themselves. And first of all, this now burdens the applicants with finding a medical professional, likely at cost that's not covered by potential insurance. And secondly, it does potentially open up a question of medical liability for some of these professionals. Specifically, for example, in my practice, if I had a new patient who says, I want a vision screening for the DMV, I've never seen them before. If they were to come in and I check a visual acuity, I do a visual field, but if I do not do a comprehensive examination and I miss a diagnosis of glaucoma or retinal hole, but I've done that screening component, there now is some potential liability for me as a provider. Further, in some additional language within the new statute, it does specifically dictate that vision standards are supposed to meet the regulations adopted under 1445A. And this, in fact, is actually a little bit more specific to what is required as opposed to what the former language was on just a general vision screening. These are specific to 20/40, certain degrees of visual field. And it almost would make it seem like it's a comprehensive examination as opposed to just a vision screening. And I'm not sure if this was the original intent of incorporating that language. I can speak to the impact of these subtle language changes and how it impacts my practice directly. I had a patient, actually a new patient, an 18-year-old male who they called my office drastic, concern last week because they had a permanent screening test and they needed to have a visual field form filled out. And they couldn't find any providers to provide that service for them. Fortunately, I was able to find an opportunity to see this patient as a new patient. However, post-COVID, my office is already very busy and it's hard to, that's just my office. Many other offices are going to have, a difficult time filling in all of these DMV screenings. In closing,
Erin, I hate to interrupt. Unfortunately, we've hit the 3-minute time limit for speaking. So if you could just kind of wrap.
Oh, absolutely. Yep, you hit my last 4 sentences.
Thank you.
Basically, I was just going to say, while I do have a potential solution for the language changes. One would be that maintaining the free vision screening option at the DMV, but then in addition, allowing that medical certification process. This will give your constituents the choice to still obtain a free screening, but at the same time gives them a free opportunity to get that medical professional. So with COVID, if they don't feel comfortable going to the DMV, it will allow them to have that medical professional opportunity. It spreads the numbers over DMV and the providers. And ultimately, it's all about safety. We want safe drivers on the road. We want that vision screening to be part of that, but the slight change in language potentially help that be more on the terms of the applicants. Thank you so much for the time to speak today.
Thank you, Erin. I'm having a hard time accessing the public testimony. Did you submit that language in your submitted testimony?
I did, yes. I submitted testimony last night.
Perfect, that's great. So we'll be reaching out to try to figure out a way to accommodate those language changes with what DMV is more broadly trying to do.
Yes, it was specifically section 10, 1436B, which is new language, and 1436C, which has been the modified language.
Terrific. Thank you, Erin. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your submitted testimony, and we'll be in touch.
All right, thank you so much.
We have Kurt Lang, followed by Ellen Cupo. Is Kurt not in?
Fortunately, we do not see either Kurt or Ellen in the waiting room at the moment.
If we now have Sierra Patrick, William Kaplan, Kurt Lang, Ellen Cupo. We'll be waiting for them in the waiting room. If the clerk recognizes they come in at any point in time, they will be moved to the front of the list and be able to testify when they do come in before this hearing closes. Next is Alex Slatke, to be followed by Sarah Bronin. Hello, Alex.
And Alex is in the room, and now Sarah has been added too, so you can go right back to back with them.
Terrific. Alec, you're before the committee, to be followed by Sarah Bronin.
All right, great. Thank you, Chairman Lamar, other ranking members, vice chairs, other members of the committee, and of course the staff that's keeping this running. My name's Alex Slatke. I am the Director of Public and Government Affairs for AAA Northeast. I'm also here testifying on behalf of the other AAA club in Connecticut, the AAA Ally Group. Together, we serve over 1 million members in the state of Connecticut. And I first want to thank DOT and DMV for their thoughtful bills that are on the agenda today, particularly DOT's emphasis on pedestrian safety, both in the bill and in the plan they released yesterday. I think I get my brownie points for that. The Vision Zero Council proposal, which is also a good one. And to Representative Devlin's point earlier about education about some of these new laws, we'd be happy to educate our membership about some of the common sense laws like the dooring provision, the clarification of the crosswalk yielding, should they be enacted. So happy to do that. I did want to comment specifically on speed camera enforcement. AAA recognizes that speed cameras certainly can help to keep the roads safer. And accordingly, we support speed camera programs that are supplemented with engineering and educational measures, traditional law enforcement, and that are thoroughly evaluated. But we also know that they can be abused. I had worked in New York for 4 years for AAA before I came up to Connecticut, and I've seen both in New York City. They have a program that's part of a big Vision Zero plan, whereas in Nassau County, they had a program that for school zones that flamed out after 6 months. So I have a little bit of an unhealthy obsession with automated enforcement. And I would be happy to work with any of the municipalities as well as the legislators on clarifying some of the language for some of the things that I'm talking about, not to sound presumptuous, but some of the recommendations that AAA has related to automated speed enforcement to make sure that the program is focused on safety, not on revenue, would include a warning period to enhance public awareness of the program, reinvesting the revenue back into traffic safety so that it's truly a safety measure 100%, making sure that we consider crash data when we're looking at selecting the sites. Also making sure there's a public education component, especially from the municipalities. I know there's a public education component for the work zone safety camera program, and also doing an annual evaluation. There's evaluation of adherence to privacy regulations in here, but I'd like to see an evaluation of safety. So including before and after crash data, violation data, adjudication data, revenue data. I think all those are appropriate. And that was my own internal timer going off. But I did, so happy to work with legislators on automated enforcement. And I did want to briefly comment on online driver education. We appreciate DMV making it more accessible, especially during COVID, allowing virtual driver education. And we're glad that they're making that program potentially permanent in the bill. We've received very positive feedback from parents and from students. And we also offer an e-module that's engaging, and we'd be happy to see that authorized either via legislative language or regulatory language, so we can keep access to driver education to everyone, even students whose schedules might not permit it, and ensure that they take driver education before aging out of GDL. So I know it went a little over, but appreciate it and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Al, for your testimony today on behalf of AAA. Look forward to working with you if we are able to develop some of these programs to make sure, as you said, we get a robust program that is focused on safety first. It's been my goal to try and ensure that any revenues collected from these pay back the program, but also are reinvested into complete street programs. I think that will be the local implementation process, not necessarily state legislation, but how the localities who wish to be part of the pilot program would reallocate those funds. Doing it in state statutes a little harder, but making that a condition of the pilot program is probably the appropriate way to go. But certainly reach out to you and look forward to hearing your thoughts on those ideas. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alec, for your testimony and your expertise on traffic enforcement cameras. I do not share that same level of expertise, so I appreciate that. I have a couple of questions related to your written testimony. The first one is, you mentioned in Nassau County, that school zone cameras were put up and then removed 6 months later because the public felt it was just a way to generate revenue and not to actually keep people safe. So in my research, I have seen other municipalities put up speed cameras or traffic enforcement cameras and then remove them. Are there any other reasons besides that, or any sort of roadblocks we could hit that may be something similar to this that you've seen in other areas of the country?
I think, honestly, I really think the perception that it's a revenue generator, or as I think we heard Mayor Eler say earlier, that it is inequitably enforced and cameras are inequitably distributed. I think those are probably the two biggest roadblocks. There are always, technical issues about in a particular location, right? There might be very conducive, I guess, to speeding, and the road might be built far too widely in a way that induces drivers to speed. I think we heard Jim Travers mention things like that earlier. So I think, when you get to site-specific things, those issues can come up. But I think really combating the perception that this is just a way to make money, and making sure that you're not just putting up the cameras, that you also are taking a look at the road and saying, what else can I do to make this road safe? What other engineering enhancements can I do here? So I think those are really the big issues.
I appreciate that. And my other question is, another criticism that comes up a lot regarding traffic enforcement cameras is privacy, particularly from groups like the ACLU. So one of the things you talked about in your testimony that I have not, I don't think I've heard of yet, is instead of just having a camera take a picture of a license plate, you would actually have video recordings. So I'm just wondering how you would get a video recording of a violation that wouldn't necessarily infringe on somebody's privacy, or just, take a picture of the vehicle without getting the person's image in that video.
Sure. So I don't want to speak, for the camera companies necessarily. I can only go based on some of the violations I've seen. When I worked in New York, I would get calls very frequently from members who were upset about getting a speed camera ticket and basically didn't buy it. And there's usually an online portal where you can enter your ticket number. You can go in and take a look at the evidence that they have, which is usually multiple photographs that are timestamped to the 10th or 100th of a second. So you can basically calculate the speed in between. And sometimes they did include a video. And that was usually the most compelling evidence that tell the driver, hey, if you look at this video, you were speeding. In terms of how that would impact privacy, obviously, I think it's appropriate to have very stringent privacy regulations, which I think are here on the bill. I'm just not sure. I don't know of other programs that would allow you to take a picture only of the license plate and of nothing else in the surrounding. If such things exist, I'm open to learning about them. That's just been my experience. So I wanted to let the committee know that.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm sure we'll have additional conversations as the legislative session goes along. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Alec, for your time today. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, great to see you.
Thank you.
Next up is Sarah Bronin, to be followed by Alex Hoptel. Ms. Bronin, you're on.
Okay.
Good to see you today.
Nice to see you. Thank you, Chair Lamar, Ranking Members Summers and Carney, Vice Chairs Casano and Sims. And, you have my written testimony, and I know you've had a very long day with a lot of great comments and speakers giving you statistics about why this bill, House Bill 5429, is so important. I'm testifying in favor of it as a resident of Hartford, which is a community where a large percentage of our households don't have access to cars, and yet, as I say in my testimony, bear the burden of not only road violence, but also vehicle-related emissions. I think taken together, all of the proposals in this bill will really help to encourage a shift in our mindset towards alternatives to cars, and to the extent that we do use cars, will help to make our roadways safer. I recently wrote an article called Rules of the Road, the Struggle for Safety and the unmet promise of federalism, about how state and local governments often don't have enough power to do what they need to do to make our roads safer. This bill works within the power that states do have, and it also enables and empowers local governments to make decisions that they're not able to make now. Here in Hartford, we've been hoping to reduce speed limits, for example, for some time, and also to experiment with some of the things that are being supported in this bill through funding and other means. So again, I'm mostly a land use person, mostly a zoning person, as you may know, because you've maybe seen me testify before on other things. But land use and transportation are intricately related. And I do think that the proposals in this bill will really help to address a lot of issues. I did mention in my testimony that I would be very supportive of this committee in some future iteration of this bill, or maybe some future bill, to look at a transition, as California has done, from a level of service standard to a vehicle mile standard. We have some information about that up at actually our Desegregate Connecticut website, but essentially what it means is that decisions on new development would relate to the amount of vehicle trips generated, as opposed to a level of service calculation, which relates to the inconvenience to drivers. So I would suggest, continuing to explore that as a line of inquiry, and maybe moving more toward the California approach, because until we really start to internalize and mitigate the costs of the way that we locate things and the vehicle miles that are generated by those things, we're really not going to be able to move forward to a cleaner economy and cleaner society. So I'll just leave it there. I commend everybody who was involved in drafting this legislation, and I fully support it.
Thank you for your testimony today, and I think you highlight a issue that I've only briefly explored. We've referenced a little bit how the State Traffic Commission would evaluate large projects for their impact on intermodal transportation options beyond the number of traffic cars it generates. We're struggling with how to do this. I'll look at the California model that may be illustrative of a path forward for us and how we evaluate large projects, or small projects even, and for their overall impact on the surrounding community. I think it's correct to point out that appropriate and responsible land use planning comes down to transportation planning as well. And I'm very thankful for your efforts on all respects over the last few years, and I look forward to seeing you before the Planning and Development Committee as well on a number of other issues that we care about jointly. Thank you for your time today. Are there any questions for Sarah? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have Alex Hopsley. And Alex, if I mispronounce your name, I am apologetic for that. You can certainly correct me. To be followed by Melissa Riley.
Fortunately, Alex has not joined the waiting room yet. I do not see Melissa Riley here either. If you give me one moment.
No problem.
I do not see Riley in the waiting room. We might have to go to Bill O'Neill or James Foreman.
Okay, so we have Alex Hopley followed by Melissa Riley. Neither of them are currently in the waiting room. James Foreman to be followed by Bill O'Neill.
And James is not in the waiting room, so we have moved right to Bill O'Neill and added James and the others to the list to be on the watch for.
So Bill O'Neill followed by Aris Salas. And we'll have the list continuing to populate with those who may have missed their testimony window. And we will repeatedly inform them of their opportunity to testify before the committee, even if they missed their window or had technological constraints.
And Mr. Chair, it looks like Judge Beverly Strite Kafos was registered by Melissa Riley. She is here waiting now, and we can admit her.
Excellent.
Judge should be in the room now.
Terrific. Judge, are you able to turn on your, there we are. I see you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. And not a bad job on pronunciation. I am Beverly Strike Kafalis. I'm the probate court administrator for the state of Connecticut. Thank you, Chair Representative Lamar, Senator Summers, Representative Carney, Vice Chairs Casano and Simmons, as well as members of the Transportation Committee. My testimony this afternoon is limited to Raise Bill 261, Section 4 only. And what I wish to share, in addition to my written testimony that was already submitted, is to highlight that the proposed change to Connecticut General Statute Section 14-16, subsection B, to expand the timeline from 60 days to 120 days will conflict with current statutory provisions under Connecticut probate laws. We are certainly in support of the current statutory provisions that allows for a non-probate transfer of a motor vehicle to a designated beneficiary within 60 days of the owner's death. But I do oppose the expansion to 120 days as noted. Right now, there are, under Connecticut general statutes, in the probate title, are two probate processes whereby title to a solely owned motor vehicle can be transferred. And both of those processes reflect leaving the opportunity for a designated beneficiary to exercise this opportunity as a under the 60 days. If it were expanded, what will be the end result is not only clear confusion on the part of a beneficiary who's designated and family members who are seeking to probate solely owned motor vehicles, but it will definitely lead to legal disputes over ownership of the title to that motor vehicle. After that 60-day window of time under typical probate court processes, either in a small estate scenario, the court may have at that juncture issued a decree authorizing the title of that motor vehicle. And even in a full probate estate, that same timeline would have triggered the appointment of a fiduciary who would then be authorized to do the same, to either transfer or sell that motor vehicle. The expansion in 1416 subsection B as proposed in section 4 of Raise Bill 261 would mean that there could be conflicting title transfers and disputes over that title. So for those reasons, and as more detailed in my written testimony, I oppose section 4 of Raise Bill 261, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the highlight of the specific sections and the ability for us to understand concretely where the concern lies. I plan on reaching out to our Commissioner, Department of Motor Vehicles, and attempting to see if there's a way that we can modify this language to address your concerns, and if not, work with them and work with you to see what we can do to improve the equity of the program itself. So I appreciate your time today and your attention to this issue in such a diligent manner.
Thank you. I look forward to the opportunity to work with you and the Commissioner.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today.
Have a great day.
You too. I have James Foreman to be followed by Bill O'Neill and Aris Stalis. And again, there is a list of people who may have missed me calling them during their original scheduled window. We have that list available to us, and as people come into the waiting room, we will call them at that time. And if anyone's ever wondering if the highlight is, of being a legislator is running a Zoom public hearing with 75 public hearing testimonial folks scheduled, it is not. This is not an easy process, but I am very thankful to Clerk Maniero, who is handling this with great aplomb and making sure things are running speedily and succinctly. So I appreciate everyone's time and patience with it.
Representative Lamar, it
Seems we are not able to locate James Foreman, but Mr. William O'Neill is in the chat. Mr. O'Neill, if you could unmute and turn on your camera, please.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Senator Cassano, I think I saw you raise your hand for a second there. You are muted, Senator Cassano. I apologize.
Glad it's you and not me.
I'm about to turn it over to you, Representative Carney. That's for sure. Mr. O'Neill, are you able to turn on your camera for us?
I quote, 10, 2, 3.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. You are now unmuted and before the Transportation Committee. If you would like, you could turn on your camera, but if you're not comfortable with that, you are more than welcome to testify audibly.
Greetings. Thank you for allowing me to attend this incredible process. Co-chairs, members of the Transportation Committee, I'd like to speak specifically to Section 15, the license plate reinstatement. Thank you for reaching back and redirecting this revenue stream back to Greenway projects. Once this is effective, we will roll out a license plate promotion. The increased revenue will help Greenways. The we includes my membership on the Connecticut Greenways Council, DEEP, former chair, also national member of the East Coast Greenway Alliance and current advisory committee person. I'm retired from the engineering firm of Fuss & O'Neill. Beyond the license plate section 15, this bill contains important items to protect the bike ped community. The increased bike ped fatalities and injuries are overwhelming. If we were to move bike ped users to separated greenways, as DOT and DEEP have done to protect that community and broaden the usership, some of the older users, some of the less skilled will feel more comfortable and certainly be better served on a separated path. So the revenue from this small effort will go towards that kind of a project, move the user into a safe community. I'd like to read from a letter submitted by a fellow Greenway Council person, Gwen Marion. She wrote, I am writing to the Transportation Committee in support of Section 15, which reinstates the Greenways commemorative license plate program. When I purchased my Greenways license plate in the early 2000s, I did so knowing some of the fee would support Greenways projects. That program was discontinued. Reinstating the program creates an easy way to direct funds into an account that would be used to enhance public awareness of, provide funding for state and local efforts to preserve, restore, and protected greenways. Those words were taken from your bill and wonderfully stated. So we are excited about that. We are looking forward to a change. And more eloquently, you will hear from Speaker 39 and 66, support for the license plate. So we're excited about that. And as Roy Rogers said in the early 1940s or 50s, before many of you were born, happy trails. And Senator Cassano, is that Bobby Orr's jacket up there behind you? A friend of mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill, for your testimony, for your commitment to bike trails, and frankly, for your longstanding thoughts and ideas about how to best preserve and protect our bikeways and greenways in the state of Connecticut. I appreciate your testimony today and for joining us today on our first public Zoom public hearing of the 2021 legislative session. I appreciate it.
I have had the advantage of using a prior governor's name.
You do. I have a first name of a prior governor that people don't necessarily confuse me with, so it works out okay sometimes. Are there any questions for Mr. O'Neill? Senator Casano?
Yes, I just want to thank Bill O'Neill for his years of service in this whole area. I was the mayor in the 1970s. It was Bill O'Neill that talked me into one of the first bike trails in all of Connecticut, the Hartford Road project, and we have just done nothing but expand since then and provided safe access for cyclists. And Bill, thank you on behalf of all of those people who have been benefited from it. Thank you.
Senator, as they say, there are talkers and doers. I'm a talker, and thank you for doing it.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your time this afternoon.
My pleasure.
We have next Eris Stalis, followed by Brandon Dufour.
Brandon should be in the room now. Brandon, if you want to unmute yourself and turn your camera on.
Thank you, Brandon, for joining us today. You are live before the Transportation Committee. Thank you for joining us.
I've submitted some written testimony, which I'll read now and be happy to answer your questions after. Thank you for the opportunity to testify publicly during these challenging times. We appreciate your nimbleness to make these hearings available virtually. My name is Brandon Dufour. I'm the founder and CEO at The Next Street. We are a driving school that operates in 37 Connecticut cities and towns. We teach more than 20,000 new drivers per year in Connecticut, representing more than 65% of the new driver marketplace in the state. COVID-19 has presented our industry and specifically our company with an ongoing list of challenges. We are proud of how we've handled these challenges and especially proud of our team that continues to make getting a license in Connecticut a priority despite the pandemic challenges. Each day, nearly 100 licensed driving instructors are teaching new teen drivers in person in our cars with masks on and windows rolled down, ample disinfectant on hand, and navigating it all. It isn't perfect, it's not even preferred, but it's what we must do to get driver's license into the hands of new teen drivers across the state. The DMV has temporarily allowed our classroom sessions to be taught virtually. This has been a silver lining for our industry. The DMV has included language in SB 261 to make virtual classroom learning a permanent solution, and I'm here to speak in support of that proposal. We are seeing an increased number of students opting into our 30-hour program because of the convenient access to virtual classes. We have lost, and in fact probably have gained education. We have lost no education quality in the virtual medium, and we hear only compliments and praise from our staff and customers. We do recommend some clarity for driving schools. A few items that I would like to just recommend quickly is that classes must be taught by a live instructor that is teaching from within the state of Connecticut. We never want to see pre-recorded lectures or online learning modules that would drastically reduce the quality of education. Currently, students must take a quiz at the end of the classroom sessions to assess their understanding of the material. We believe this quiz should be law with clear and outstanding penalties for driving schools that do not offer quizzes or do not require passing grades before completing their students. We have clarity on what to do with current regulations that require our classroom locations to be licensed by the DMV. We need the language to be clarified as to where virtual classrooms can be taught from. Most of our instructors are currently broadcasting out of their homes. Driving schools should be required to teach both classroom training and practical driving lessons. There is a major correlation between the theory that we teach in class and the practical skills taught behind the wheel. Schools teaching only classroom sessions can be a disservice to the student. I respectfully submit this testimony and available to answer any questions or brainstorm other needed solutions. Together, traffic safety leaders in the state, including many members of this committee, have made major strides in protecting our new teen drivers. Let's continue to make Connecticut's roadways among the safest in the country for new teen drivers. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brandon, for your testimony, both here today and written, that helps us illustrate some of the concerns that you have in operating these schools that have done really tremendous work working with our DMV to accommodate so many students who are newly eligible to drive, who if we weren't nimble and if we weren't willing to adapt our processes and procedures you would have wasted 9 months and had an incredible backlog of new drivers who are hoping to receive their licenses and get on the road. And I thank you for your work. I know it wasn't easy to come up with the relevant programs and operations on your end, and I know that you helped DMV understand ways that they could improve on their end. And so we'll certainly be looking at your testimony and trying to accommodate the needs moving forward. Thank you. Other question, Representative Zupkis.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Brandon. And at first, I'll just say I would never want to be in your business because teaching my daughter how to drive was brutal. But with that being said, I've heard from people that there's a backlog due to the pandemic. And could you just talk about that? I know our chair just mentioned that, but I've had people reach out to me saying that it has taken so much time for them to get their license and having trouble actually. So could you speak to that, please?
Good for the question. We closed basically industry-wide in March, and license testing stopped beginning on about March 15th, and it remained closed through the end of June. That creates about a 3-month backlog. In our business, it's not like a restaurant. If you don't go out to dinner on Tuesday night, you just don't go out to dinner. If you don't go get your driver's license on Tuesday, you still need to go for that test on Wednesday. And so that 3-month closure created a 3-month volume of students that when we reopened in June, we and the DMV reopened in June, there were close to 10,000 students now that didn't go for a license test that needed to. And so basically what we, in collaboration with the DMV, have been trying to do is to create more supply to handle that demand. Unfortunately, due to the staffing issues at DMV and their inability to rehire, there just aren't enough inspectors to catch up on the demand. So today we're still experiencing an 8 to 12 week wait for a license test. So a new teen driver that logs on today is likely booking something in late March to late April. And we're trying hard to work with the DMV to come up with some solutions to solve that problem, but they're handcuffed by their staffing shortages.
Great, thank you, because I know it's a problem. I've had people, like I said, reach out to me and it's months. And so I was just curious where that stands now. Thank you.
The thing I'll add is there's 2 types of license tests. The driving schools have an offsite program where the DMV actually comes to our locations. That program is 3 times more efficient than license testing that happens at the branches. And so we do think by increasing the volume of license tests that happen at the driving schools, we could test 2 to 3 times more people than they're doing at the branches currently. So we are trying to get them to allocate more of those branch resources to the driving schools to be able to catch up on this backlog.
Thank you, Representative Zupkis, and thank you, Brandon. Representative Harrison.
Thank you for all that you're doing here, and I appreciate you coming up with a different model. It's always good. My question is, have you tracked this, the pass rate of the old pre-COVID as well as what's going on with your new model? I'd be interested to know what the success is.
Final measure of success is the road test, and we measure that only for our students that are able to test at our driving school. Our passing percentage actually increased. So pre-COVID, we boasted about an 89 to 90% pass rate first time. So a student that tested the first time, about 80 to 90% of them were passing on that first try. That's actually gone up to 93 to 94% in the post-COVID era here with virtual learning. So our pass rate has increased. That's the practical driving test. So something's working.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harrison. Thank you, Brandon, for your time today, and we'll be in touch to try and work out some of the details of your suggestions about moving forward and some of the DMV's suggestions. Thanks, Avi. We have a long list of folks who missed their original call. The clerk is continuing to monitor our waiting room to ensure that those people, if they do come in late, have an opportunity to testify before the committee. Next on our list is number 32, Carl Chisholm, followed by Kate Rosen. now, and you are prior to number 32, but missed your window. Just identify yourself to the clerk, and we'll make sure we get you in. So next, Carl Chisholm, followed by Kate Rosen.
And Carl should be in the public hearing now. Carl, if you could take your self off mute and turn your camera on, please.
Thank you. I got knocked off there for a minute. Good afternoon, Senator Casano, Representative Lamar, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Carl Chisholm. I am the president of the Connecticut Employees Union Independent, SEIU, Local 511. We represent over 3,600 state workers. Approximately 1,500 of those workers are transportation maintainers employed by the Connecticut Department of Transportation. These maintainers plow our roads, state roads, and perform critical highway repair and maintenance work on our state. They are proud workers and provide quality public services to the citizens of Connecticut. I am here today to testify in support of HB 5429, an act concerning pedestrian safety, vision, zero council speed limits in municipalities, fines, and charges for certain violations, the Greenways commemorative account and maintenance work zone and school zone safety enforcement, specifically section 16 through 20. The men and women who work for the Connecticut Department of Transportation as transportation maintainers are in constant danger of being injured or killed by motor vehicles in our maintenance work zones. And it's just the workers who are in danger, but motorists are also at risk of serious injury and death as well. Between January 1st, 2017 and December 3rd, 2020, there were 4,029 crashes in Connecticut work zones. Of that number, there were 17 fatalities and 1,188 injuries. These numbers do not indicate the number of motorists who drive recklessly through work zones without incident. Our members witness. These are close calls daily, and their lives are in constant risk while doing their jobs. Motorists are continuing to drive distracted and recklessly. They ignore the laws and put people's lives in danger while out on the road. With the reduced police presence throughout the state in maintenance work zones, motorists feel they have free rein to disregard posted speed limits and signage, putting the workers' lives and their own lives in jeopardy. I thank the members of the Transportation Committee for working with our members over the last 10 years to improve work zone safety. We have made progress through the tougher fines and penalties for those who injure, or kill a worker in the work zone. Unfortunately, we must do more. Several states, including Illinois, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Washington, have all implemented automated speed enforcement in work zones. Our members feel the urgency to implementing a similar model in Connecticut to deter motorists from driving recklessly through work zones. We want to work with all stakeholders to develop a program in Connecticut that has immediate impact, changes behavior, and improves safety for motorists and their workers who make our roads and bridge safe for travel. These workers are not just statistics. They are mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers. Their families depend on them and expect them to come home safe at the end of each workday. It is our duty and responsibility to protect them and help make our roads safer to travel for everyone. I ask the members of this committee to please support HB 529. We cannot go another year ignoring the safety of our workers. In regard to SB 261, an act concerning recommendations for the Department of Motor Vehicles, CEIU opposes the bill, specifically lines 757 through 760. The commissioner may collaborate or enter into agreements with such contractors, municipalities to implement technologically solutions and other improvements to reduce customer wait times to enhance customer convenience. The language is too far broad, providing commissioner opportunity to outsource jobs that our workers can and should perform. The lines removed the General Assembly and really the public at large from any meaningful oversight role in functioning our state DMVs. I urge you to review this language and consider that outsourcing and privatization do not always deliver savings or efficient services. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Carl, for your testimony, your willingness to come before the committee for multiple years now on this issue regarding the protection and safety of our highway workers who are in a very specific and vulnerable place for so much of their daily work lives. And I had an opportunity to meet with people at a district facility about a year and a half ago with you and with so many of our employees who told me the repeat challenges that they face and the repeat events that they face on their daily work, just replacing guardrails and having people just traveling by at 70 miles an hour without care or regard for their safety. The number of near misses that people have experienced and the number of friends and loved ones that they've lost because people are not careful or not thoughtful about how they engage their vehicles traveling at extraordinary speeds past people just doing their jobs on behalf of the state of Connecticut. And I know you feel this personally with people that you've lost. And I know that for many of your workers, it is a constant fear that they take home with them on a nightly basis. And it's certainly an obligation of us as legislators to try and find ways to protect those workers who are doing the state's business day after day.
And they certainly appreciate that, Representative Lamar, when you came down. I think at that time, when you were there, there was one individual who just only worked there 6 months, and out of the 6 months, he's gotten hit 6 times.
That's right. And when we looked at the idea of piloting this type of technology, we didn't just randomly come up with it. We looked at other states. We looked at places like Maryland and Pennsylvania and other states that have looked at this technology and have dramatic positive impacts on the safety of their workforce. And I think that is the model that we're looking for. We're not looking to generate extraordinary amounts of money into the Special Transportation Fund. This is about worker safety. And in fact, communities that have implemented this technology, it only generates revenue for like a year and a half, 2 years, because the real goal is accomplished. People start paying attention to the speed limits in those areas, and they know that they're going to get hit with a ticket if they choose to drive 90 miles an hour while someone's replacing a pothole or mowing the lawn or replacing a guardrail. And I commend you on your thoughtfulness on this and knowing that you get some opposition. It's been a long road the last couple of years, but I appreciate you coming before us. And on behalf of the entire Transportation Committee, thank you to you and to all of your members for their tireless work.
Well, we thank you for that.
With respect to your testimony on the DMV bill, with concern about privatization of some services, we've had a conversation with the DMV, and I think they recognize the concern that so many of their members have about what that language opens the door to. They've made it clear to me that they're willing to sit down with myself and you and many others to narrowly craft that language. And so we have a greater understanding of what it is that they're looking for, and that it does not, in fact, establish a precedent or open the door for mass privatization. That'll be something we work on closely together.
That would be great.
Are there any questions for Carl? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up, we have Kate Rosen, followed by Michelle Huggins. And again, for anyone who's coming in now, we are up to number 33 on our list. If you missed your time earlier, just identify yourself for our clerk and we will get you in the queue. Kate is in the meeting. Kate, feel free to unmute yourself and begin.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Chair Lamar, Ranking Members Summers and Carney, Vice Chairs Casano and Sims, and members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've also submitted testimony. My name is Kate Rosen. I am a Woodbridge resident, and I am testifying to communicate my strong support of Connecticut HB 5429. On Friday, October 16th, 2020, I was biking from work in downtown New Haven to my home in Woodbridge, Connecticut, just before 5 p.m. A woman driving while on her cell phone passed me at a distance that would have allowed my barely outstretched arm to touch her vehicle. Had I so much as flinched in my riding or moved over in the lane that I had the right of way to, I might not be speaking to you today. I was able to catch up with her at the next light, one of the many perks of riding an electric bicycle. And based on the shock on her face when I arrived at her passenger side window to let her know that she has to be more careful in the future, her previous actions, which in a split second could have altered my life, had not even registered in her awareness. Likely because her attention was engaged in conversation she was having on her cell phone and not on the road. My parents are watching this from their home and they're hearing this story for the first time today. They are supportive of biking and are bikers themselves, but know anytime any of us put on a helmet and go out there, there is risk. I'm sure there are many of you who bike, and I know my parents wish that sometimes I would just take the car instead, but I fully expect I'll get a text message from them before this is over. As scary as it is sometimes to be a bike commuter, I still ride. I commuted to work yesterday by bike, heading home just as the snow started to fall, pausing briefly to see the ducks and geese in the Edgewood Park pond. Those moments are small gifts I get because I'm not in a car. I'm a relentless optimist, and I see this bill as a toolkit of measures to make our roads safer, which will in turn allow more people to move around their communities as pedestrians and bikers. This is a noble and worthy goal that starts with your support of HB 5429, and I urge you to favorably vote the bill out of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate, for your testimony, for your long-standing advocacy on these issues, both traffic safety and bikes and greenways. I know I've seen you at a few prior conferences on these issues at the Capitol back when we were allowed to meet in person. So thank you for joining us on the Zoom version of it this year and lending your personal story and your testimony today. I really appreciate it. Representative McCarthy-Vahey? Don't go anywhere, Kate. There's a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Kate, for sharing your story here with us. It's people like you and those stories that I think really have an impact on us. And just to make sure I heard you correctly, you said you were on an electric bicycle, am I correct?
That is correct.
And just curious, can you give us a sense of the range and cost for electric bicycles?
Absolutely. Battery technology has come a long way. And so depending on how much pedal assist you use, you can get up to 40 miles per charge. And electric bicycles start, in under $1,000 for sure. I, in particular, ride an electric cargo bike so I can move myself and my child around. And those start usually around $1,200 with financing available.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate you use it to commute to and from work. So it's how you get to work.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. And I point that out just because it's a much more cost-effective option and available for so many more people. And even though it's an electric bicycle and you have pedal assist and can move at a higher rate of speed, you still remain a vulnerable user on the roadway. The situation that you described the other day in terms of being able to reach out, we had the first person testifying today, Sarah Roy, who rides her bicycle around town with a pool noodle out of the back of her bicycle so that cars have a sense of the kind of space. And I'll just share with you too that my own husband is a big bicyclist for fun. I used to be a bicycle commuter myself. And in the 5,000 miles that he rode last year, I couldn't even begin to count the number of times that he came back and shared stories like that with me. Every time he leaves, I say goodbye in a very specific kind of way. So we shouldn't have to worry when people like you are riding your bicycles to work, or if people are out for exercise, or if children are out for play, that they're going to be put in that position. So thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you, Kate. And I thank you for highlighting the electric bicycle usage as well. I'm sure you remember, that was a fight we had to have in this committee. It took a couple of years before people understood the technology and opened the door for allowing e-bikes on Connecticut roads. It was sadly one of those times we could have led, but it took us a little bit too long to get moving. And we actually lost a bike manufacturer who wanted to be in Connecticut manufacturing e-bikes, but we're upset that it took us as long to recognize them as realistic transit options. But frankly, we finally got there with support like yours. You testified in the past on those issues, and I'm glad to see you out in the road with it. Next up, we have Zach Levy, followed by Douglas Noble. Mr. Clerk, I got a note from Michelle Huggins saying she did not wish to testify. I just wanted to make sure we recognized that. We're bypassing her. Next up is Zach Levy, followed by Douglas Noble.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lamar and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Zach Levy, and I serve as a legislative and political coordinator for AFSCME Council 4, a union representing nearly 30,000 public and private employees across Connecticut. We also represent rank and file employees in the Department of Motor Vehicles who could be negatively impacted by Section 13 of the proposed bill. Section 13 of SB 261 would broadly expand the commissioner's ability to enter into agreements with private contractors and municipalities. This would allow them to enter into these agreements without going through the legislature or contracting standards boards. Council 4 strongly rejects privatizing work being performed by our members or any employees in the DMV. The Department of Motor Vehicles was impacted in recent years due to privatizing the computer system with 3M rather than using state employees. If this work had been completed and maintained by state employees, it could have helped avoid the resulting longer wait times. The DMV is also a significant revenue driver for the state, and further privatization in this department could impact this revenue stream during a time when we need to preserve as much revenue as possible. Earlier today, the commissioner described the section's intent in much narrower terms than it is currently written, and Council 4 strongly urges the committee to remove this section of the bill. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Zach, for your testimony and coming here on behalf of so many of our employees here in the state of Connecticut and indicating those concerns. I think the conversations I've had with DMV were reflected well in how they presented what they were looking for in that section. I think it's important for us to work together to ensure that their intent is what we actually pass in statute, so that we're not opening a large door where a very, very, very narrow window is envisioned. So thank you for your testimony on that. Are there questions for Mr. Levy? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Douglas Noble, to be followed by Tasha Cusson.
Hello, everybody. How you doing today? Thanks for being on this call. I just want to hit on a couple of quick points. I'm on the Traffic Safety Committee for the Yale University. We've worked very diligently with New Haven, trying to look at different intersections, red light running, speeding, and it's been a major problem. I'm also on the board for the Farmington Canal Rails and Trails Association, so a big proponent of bike safety, and actually teach a bike class at Yale. What I see walking around campus, since I'm all over pretty much every day, is a catastrophe. I see cyclists that don't know where they're going. I see cars running lights, and it's just a big problem. I think what we really need to focus on is a mixture of engineering of high profile intersections like South Frontage, which was mentioned earlier today. Also, I think it's really important to get the education factor out there for people. We have, people come from all over the world to university. So some people have no idea about bike laws. 20 something years ago when I took my driver's license, I think I may have seen 1 or 2 questions on bike safety. I don't even know that's even offered anymore on the DMV's training website. So that's something I'd like to see put forward. So a mixture of engineering controls on intersections, and also for speeding in regards to that, there's different cities I've been through, they have timed lights. So I see a lot of times in New Haven, people floor it at this light because they know if they get up to 40 miles an hour, they'll be able to get to the next light and then we hit the next 4 or 5 green lights going through downtown. If we have time lights that basically go at 25 miles an hour, and if you do that speed, you'll make all the green lights. So investing in the infrastructure is really important. I think that will do a great service to New Haven and pedestrian traffic, you know, with raised intersections and redoing bike lanes, so on and so forth. That's pretty much all I had today. I appreciate everybody being on this call. And are there any questions?
Thank you, Douglas, for your testimony today, and for your commitment to working with the university and City of New Haven, and on the Bike to Trail work that you've done in the past. I know we've run into each other a few times on campus, and you've never been shy about lending your opinion to me, and I greatly appreciate it, even when we disagree. But I greatly appreciate it, and I greatly appreciate you spending your time here with us today. Are there any questions for Mr. Noble? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next up, we have Tasha Cusson, followed by Annie Hemingway. Hemingway? I don't see Tasha in, but I do see Ars Solis in.
I'm actually
Ars
here.
Solis and Annie Hemingway have been added.
I'm actually,
Excellent.
I'm Tasha Cuson.
Okay. So Tasha Cuson, followed by Ars Solis, and then Annie Hemingway.
Okay, so thank you for having me, Senator Casano, Representative Lamar, Senator Summers, Representative Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Tasha Cuson. I'm the chairman of the Connecticut Marine Trades Association. The CMTA, which represents nearly 350 member marine or boating related businesses and their employees, urges your support of Section 32 of Senate Bill 261, the Department of Motor Vehicle Bill, which authorizes marine dealers to issue permanent boat registrations and decals. Currently, marine dealers may only issue temporary registrations, requiring the customer to come to DMV for a permanent registration. The Department of Motor Vehicle has been making a number of changes to streamline their operations in order to provide a better customer experience for Connecticut citizens. Passage of this provision, Section 32 of Senate Bill 261, will be one more improvement that will benefit the agency and our citizens. I urge you to please support Senate Bill 32, Section 32 of Senate Bill 261. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha, for your testimony today. I thank you for also submitting the very specific language that you had in mind. I know DMV has been working with you and your members for a little while, trying to accommodate some of these issues. And it was a challenging topic for those of us who are not familiar with it on the committee, and certainly in leadership. It took us a little while to understand what the issues were, and I appreciate your association's work with us. Are there any questions, Tasha? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon, Ars. How are you?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, Chairman Lamar. Again, thank you, Chairman Lamar, Vice Chair Casano, Vice Chair Sims, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Ars Solis. I'm a landscape architect here, speaking on behalf of the Connecticut chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects. And we strongly support House Bill 5429. We've submitted testimony, and I'll simply kind of paraphrase and kind of go through some things I've experienced in life, going back to even 1985, when some of my college friends, we did a quick one-day road trip to Canada. And when people were crossing the street, they had their hand out as a signal to yield to pedestrians. And to us, it was, that was a new thing. And well, here we are roughly too many years later with less hair and more gray hair. We're seeing this come to Connecticut. I think it's a great thing. I literally just got out of an interview for another transportation project here in Connecticut, and this will be at the forefront of that project. The strength of Connecticut and its economy is about pedestrians and their safety to strengthen the town centers, and this type of legislation can help support that. And that's what's going to help Connecticut move forward and become a stronger state. Again, we urge you to support and vote this bill forward for House Bill 5429. Thank you very much, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for your testimony, both your personal experience and on behalf of the organization itself. We've had great opportunities to work with the Advocacy Committee in the past, and I look forward to talking with you more on some of these ideas. We know a lot of this comes down to good design as well, and your organization has been great at helping me think through some of those initiatives in the past, and I'm greatly appreciative of it.
Yep, we are always here to offer assistance in any way that we can help, either educate or help clarify something.
Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next is Annie Hemingway, followed by Bruce Donald. Hi, Annie, how are you?
Hi. My name is Annie Hemingway. I teach literature at NYU. We moved to New Haven about 15 years ago, thinking it would be a nice provincial town. It would be a really nice place after it happened. And I got very badly injured at the corner of Elm and Orange 3 months after back surgery at Yale. And it's really very difficult. I had another accident downtown too, bad sidewalks. So I have friends now in Manhattan who want to move out, try to go to Connecticut, and they want to join me. But I tell them, just they can't come to Manhattan. I'm really sorry. It's not safe for pedestrians. I don't drive. I'm a real New Yorker with left-handed driver's license. Maybe I'll just pick up with the gentleman I just heard. Maybe I'll just start. But I don't feel safe walking. And so we go in the woods. You can't walk downtown. And the bikes, there's nothing done with bikes on the sidewalks. And they're not little kids. The big kids who are driving on the sidewalks. It was the other end. To be safe.
Thank you, Annie, for your testimony and for sharing.
Sorry.
I think we lost you. Thank you, Annie, for your testimony. We lost you for a second
I lost
there.
the sound. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We lost you for a second there, but thank you for your testimony. And we'll follow up with your testimony. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Bruce Donald to be followed by Thomas Lefevre and then Dylan O'Connor.
Hello, everybody. This is Bruce Donald. I am the Tri-State Coordinator for the East Coast Greenway Alliance. And Chairman Lamar, members of the Transportation Committee, I have already submitted written testimony, but I'm going to paraphrase a few things here quickly. On behalf of the East Coast Greenway Alliance, which is a 3,000-mile multi-use trail system that connects 15 states and Washington, D.C., which is about 51% done in the state right now. We strongly support HB 5429, which will make streets safer in Connecticut, and importantly, provide needed small grant funding of bike ped infrastructure in the state. And I'll talk more about that in a minute, because I am also the legislatively appointed chairman of the Connecticut Greenways Council, which vets those grants for DEEP. So if you have any questions on how that works, chat me up on that. But the pilot program of automated enforcement of speeding violations around schools and construction zones will keep kids and construction workers safer. I firmly believe that. I think that if it's a pilot program, I think that it could be tweaked, moved around, and doesn't have the appearance of being a profit motive, right? Allowing municipalities to set the speed limit on municipal roads down to 20 miles per hour. I have served on the Complete Streets Hartford board for a long time. It's been a long issue, long-held issue in cities that trying to change any kind of a speed limit is literally Byzantine. It takes forever. And so I think this is very important. Statewide Vision Zero program, long overdue. But finally, I'd like to discuss the reauthorization of the relatively small amount of funding that the Greenways license plates provide. That goes into Deep's Greenways account, which, if you listened to Bill O'Neill, he gave you a little bit of the background. That account has existed, and in fact, as a line item, still exists. So the good news is that it would be really quite easy to reinvent this grant program, this small grant program that provides, well, really, it augments Connecticut DOT's money. And I say that because the vast majority of the federal and state money that DOT puts forward for bike ped programs is strictly for construction, which has a freezing effect on initiating new projects in the state. So the Connecticut Rec Trails program, which, by the way, still has not made the bonding agenda, unfortunately, was one of the main ways to get design funds for your new project. That's currently still stalled, but this is a smaller way to do things, for instance, like studies or pre-design work. And as such,
Bruce, I hate to interrupt you, but you're butting right up against the 3-minute time limit. If you could just kind of wrap up the thought you're on.
No, that's really the thought. is that this relatively small amount of money from the Greenways plates will go to the right place. That's really the thought.
Thank you, Bruce, for your testimony today and for buttonholing me a couple of years ago on talking about this issue at a conference. You and Representative Devlin helped illuminate this issue quite a bit for me at the time, and it was grateful to have your understanding of the program, how it could be utilized, where the money went, and how this could help augment our investment in greenways across the state. So I appreciate your commitment on these issues and your ability to help reach out to other communities in their greenway to help generate support for this bill.
Well, thank you. This is an important initiative that you're trying to get through, and thank you for it.
I appreciate it. Thank you again. Have a great afternoon. Next up, we have, I see Thomas is already in. Thomas. After Thomas, we have Dylan O'Connor and Stacey Zimmerman.
Great. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. We can.
Great. Hello. Thank you so much for having me. So, Chair Lamar, Ranking Member Summers, Ranking Member Carney, Vice Chair Cassano, Vice Chair Samin, and the member of the Transport Committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Thomas Lefebvre, and I am the coordinator here at Transport Hartford within the Center for Latino Progress. I'm very happy to speak just after Brandon, and I want to give my strong support to this bill. We think that here at Transport Hartford that we need to have it's time to actually implement some legislations which is going to protect pedestrians and cyclists. I think many people before me reminded us the number of casualties of victims of on the roads. Many testimony also noted the fact that within many of our cities there is a high proportion of households who don't have a car and who had to rely on walking or cycling when they want to go to work or to the groceries, and making them particularly vulnerable to the danger of speeding cars and of non-abiding to the rules. And what I also want to address is here is a culture of impunity that everybody who walk or go on the road in Connecticut can witness. If you look at statistics from the police or the various department, it's just a handful of stops that they're making every day for speeding. And I think it's very important that this culture of impunity is going to stop and can be mitigated by some of the devices that this bill is proposing. And you may notice that I do have an accent and I'm not a native English speaker, and I've lived in UK, in Ireland and France. and I witnessed the introductions of a speed camera, and overnight the culture changed. People were slowing down way before the designated areas, and it has a massive impact. It has been put that my testimony on casualties and deaths on the roads. So I also wanted to react to gentleman Andy Matthews, who was worried about the being deprived from speed, taking the speeds on the highways. I would argue here that actually this type of device makes the police safer on the highway and allows them to do their job safer, if as it also allows the overall speed to decrease. And because the thing is, these speed cameras do work and have an effect, and it has been demonstrated over and over. And I also wanted to react to one of the gentlemen who said, well, I mean, there is a range and you can drive at 5 miles above the limit and so on and so on. I disagree with that. The rules are made to be respected. And this is why we have rules, and this is why we have a society. And if you want our society to work, we need to all commit to abide by the rules. In the end, our transportation system.
I hate to interrupt you, but if you could just wrap up your thought.
I'm wrapping up. I just want to say that our transportation system reflects our society and who we are. And at the moment, it's a very selfish system. And this is why I want to put my strong support to this bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Thomas, for your testimony today, both on behalf of the Transport Hartford Academy Center for Latino Progress, but also relevant experience that you've personally seen in the numerous places that you've lived in your lifetime. Hopefully we can accomplish that culture change and give greater protections to pedestrians on our roadways. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Stacey Zimmerman, followed by Randall Collins.
Good afternoon, chair people and committee members. It's a pleasure to see you all safe and well in this interesting time we're living in. So my name is Stacey Zimmerman. I'm with the Service Employees International Union. We have 65,000 members here in the state of Connecticut and over 2 million nationwide in Canada. We're here today because we strongly support House Bill 5429. In short, our members are dying or being injured, and we have to do something, and we are willing to work with the stakeholders in this to make this bill a reality, to protect those that are protecting us and making Connecticut a safe place to commute and drive. Snow and sleet and rain and repairs that no one in their right mind would want to do, but our members are out there doing. So, you know, we need to protect them. We also want to oppose, not the whole bill, but a section of Senate Bill 261, lines 757 through 760. I know they've been addressed earlier throughout the day, but I just want to put it in the context of what we're looking at is that we tend to subcontract things to folks, and then we don't train our workers that we have in-house to maintain the systems or do the work that's necessary to keep these things moving forward. And we, since Democratic and Republican administrations, we have lost thousands and thousands of state workers, but continue to provide valiant services. We don't want to see things such as the I-84 digital version happen where we had no drains, and you know, every commissioner, whether it's this commissioner in any department, really needs to go through the processes that we currently have, such as the State Contracting Standards Board. But I know you all are working on this, and it's been a long day, so I'll leave it with that. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you, Stacey, for your testimony today, and thank you for speaking on behalf of your members. We, like you said, we have talked about that section and trying to more narrowly define what it is that DMV is looking for and asking for. And I see you, Representative O'Day. I got you just a second. And making sure that if they're asking for a specific opportunity, we understand the full extent and narrowly consider that opportunity, not provide a blank opening by which multiple things can fit through. So I appreciate your willingness to highlight that issue and speak on its behalf. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. This is a view I'm not used to. When I tried to raise my hand, I don't know where the button is. I'll try and find it. But and I want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this is not easy. You're doing a great job in running this Zoom meeting. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Zimmerman, I should know the answer to this, and obviously one death is too many. But how many of your members have died? I'm embarrassed to say I don't know on the roads.
We've had at least one in the past year. I know someone else has been injured. We'd have to get back to Carl Chisholm to get the exact numbers from CUI, and I don't want to misquote anything of that nature.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, if you could get us those numbers, because that, as I said, one is way too many. But I don't know how many of your members have died in the line of work, and that's something I should know. And if you could pass that on, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
I shall.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you, Stacy, for your testimony today and joining us via Zoom.
Thank you so much.
Next on the list is Randall Collins, followed by Kyle Holtz.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Collins. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Here today, here at home today, to offer testimony in support of House Bill 5429. A number of the issues that are portions of the bill that are raised are recommendations that also have been included on CCM Policy Committee and are put forth on our agenda this year. Improving pedestrian safety is a key issue that our members have worked on and pushed for over the last few years. We've obviously seen, and you've heard from Mayor Eler, Mayor Bronin, the rising issues, the numbers that are of increased pedestrian fatalities. Further compounding the issue, our municipalities are in a fiscal bind. And I'm not saying that we're looking at this as a revenue stream, but it does, the use of automated traffic devices is more cost effective than being able to station a police officer on every corner to achieve that same goal. We should be able to utilize the technology so that we can push our police into more proactive community policing efforts rather than simply putting them as traffic enforcement. We also support the initiative to allow municipalities working within the confines to promote or to set lower speed limits. Local officials, local traffic officials know their communities, know what their roads can handle. And again, I think that it's an aspect of local control that they can do to make sure that their residents are remaining safe. I know that we've been going for a long time on this, so I will just summarize it that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, for your testimony today. There was a testimony earlier on behalf of a transportation engineer in Stamford who suggested that local communities didn't want the ability to deal with this speed limits in their local communities. Is that something you've heard from CCM? My understanding was overwhelmingly local communities were looking for this authority not to have this transfer to the state. And I don't think an idea on that.
I know a lot of our communities, it was something that that came up, and we do have a number of communities that spoke or had hesitation over it, but there were a lot of communities that truly did want it. But we would look at this as it's another tool. If a municipality that doesn't want that control, they wouldn't have to exercise it, and they could push it off if they don't think that they have the technical expertise. So be it. But then you have communities that say, yes, I could take advantage of this. I could utilize this to keep my residents safer. So not everyone has to use it, but I don't think we should prohibit those that could use it effectively from doing it.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. I mean, I think the way we originally intended this, like we wouldn't want to force Mr. Traverser's hand in Stamford if he doesn't feel like he's capable of coming up with a program in Stamford that reflects Stamford's needs. He can turn it over to the state to do it for him. But a lot of communities do have that capacity and do have the engineering talent and do have the leadership to do it. So I think we want to allow those communities who are capable of doing it to do it. And we don't want to force Mr. Travis to do it if he's not capable. I appreciate it. Any other questions? Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Randy, for coming on. I just have one question regarding the municipal speed limits. And I guess I think about one of the communities I represent, and actually a town neighboring to north that I don't, but there's a road, for example, called Bochum Road that connects Old Saybrook to Essex. Part of the road's in Essex, part of the road's in Old Saybrook. It's actually a pretty dangerous road. So I'm just wondering if CCM say, you know, I guess one of my concerns with this provision is, say Essex decides they want to lower the speed limit on their half and Saybrook doesn't. There could lead to some issues there. So I'm just wondering, is CCM, if we move forward on this proposal, is CCM going to be able to kind of work out some of those issues if they arise? Because I'd like to see some consistency if we're going to do this.
As I said, I think we would be happy to work with our members and work with the committee to make a process that works. I mean, I think if there's an area where there's a conflict, I've got to go back through and refresh myself on the language. It's been a big buildup over the last couple of days, but you know, if there are concerns, or work through the state traffic commission, or as I said, there's a number of different entities out there. I think if you do have, where I live, as I said, about a quarter mile down the road, it turns into Farmington. About a half mile past that, it goes back into West Hartford. You know, how do you deal with stretches of roads that may present a problem where you don't want, you know, literally a speed limit jumping 20 miles an hour, you know, every half mile. So I think there would have to be standards and parameters that would be set before municipalities could do that. And I think that we could work with the committee, with DOT, to make sure that, again, it's done in a safe manner, because you also don't want somebody just jamming the brakes randomly and somebody behind them having no clue why they did that.
Yeah. So, okay. All right. Thank you very much, Randy.
Thank you, Randy. I think that's an important consideration that we'll have to bill, how we handle roads that are multi-jurisdictional in nature. And I think DOT has some insight and advice on that as well. But I think the rule across the country is that they're able to figure this out. Connecticut's relatively unique in our structure, but we may need some protections on these multi-jurisdictional roads. But thank you for your testimony today, Randy. I appreciate it. Senator Cassano.
Thank you very much.
Senator Cassano has a question too. Hold on.
I would just add that because of the changes made in P&D a couple of years ago with the regional councils, that's another opportunity. There's a lot that's being done already in public safety, a whole variety of different areas, and that's something that could be a no-brainer for the COGS. And it makes sense to work together like that. They already do it for plowing and things like that. It would be easy to do that. Thank you.
And the COGS also do a lot of the traffic, transportation planning. So maybe they do have the expertise that some of our smaller communities may not have, that could take a look at how this could work better.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Dylan O'Connor, followed by Kyle Holtz. Dylan, when you join in, if you could unmute.
Yep, I think
there we are. I see.
I think I'm unmuted now. Sorry about that.
Perfect.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I would like to just talk a little bit about my support for HB 5429. I'm talking in my capacity as an everyday citizen, you know, a father of 3 kids in the town of Fairfield, but also I'm the co-president of the Stratfield Village Association, which is a 501c3 nonprofit in the town of Fairfield. And part of what we deal with is traffic and safety concerns. And specifically related to HB 5429 and the automated speed enforcement, I just want to make a point that myself, as well as the people that are part of the Stratfield Village Association, would very much be in favor of speed enforcement. I think people drive recklessly around here, and, specifically related to Stratfield Road, which is a state road that goes right through our community. There are some crosswalks across that street that are very, very dangerous. I'm surprised no one's been killed recently. So, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and like I said, just an opportunity for me to voice my support for HB 5429 and any type of measure that can be used to reduce the speed and make sure that people are being more responsible in our neighborhood.
Thank you, Dylan, for your testimony and sharing your examples of what your life looks like and what the effect of speeding and distracted driving is having just on the quality of life that you have and what you're able to do in your own community with your children. I think you and I probably share a very similar expectation of what our lives would be with our kids, allowing them to go outside and play and walk to the park. And a lot of those very basic things are hard to imagine allowing our children to do on their own, simply because the rate of speed, the level of distracted driving, the inattention that a lot of drivers have in our communities, and frankly, the lack of enforcement we're able to provide on some of these issues has essentially turned those opportunities that we all thought we'd be able to provide for our children into fantasies. And I appreciate you sharing your time and testimony. Representative McCarthy-Vey, he has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. O'Connor, for being here with us today and for your work. I know that Rep. Devlin and myself and the entire rest of the Fairfield delegation, I hope Rep. Devlin's okay with me speaking for her and just expressing our gratitude. I see her thumbs up. But my question for you is, what kind of size of a group is the Stratfield Village Association? And in terms of, a lot of the work being related to traffic and pedestrian and bicycle safety, would you say that ranks at the top or near the top of the numbers of things that you hear from people about?
So the size of our group is we have, it's hard to tell you what the size of the group is outside of what our Facebook following is. So I hate to have to say, but we have about 1,200 followers on the group. There's about 7,000 households in the Stratfield Village Association. So, I think we have we've cast our web pretty wide, and I think we have the ear of most of the Stratfield Village, which, as I said, is around 7,000 households. But as it relates to safety, absolutely, pedestrian safety and responsible driving is a big part of what we do. To give you an example of what that looks like for us, we're currently working with the town as well as the state on a safety and beautification project at the intersection of Fairfield Woods Road and Stratfield Road, which is kind of the heart of our community. It's been neglected for a long time. It's an unsafe intersection. So we've raised close to $1 million to get that to a place where people feel comfortable walking there, and it just looks a little nicer. So clearly safety is important to this community. We are a community organization, which ultimately boils down to the people who are in the community. So safety is certainly paramount for our organization.
Thank you for that. And I'll just note and thank the fellow legislators and the administration. Some of the good chunk, the majority of that $1 million is infrastructure investment funds that came from the state. And that safety improvement project wouldn't have been possible, most likely, without it. So thank you so much, Mr. O'Connor, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night. Kyle Holtz, followed by Tom Swan. Again, we have a list of individuals who may not have been here when originally called. Make yourself known to our clerk, and they will let you in off the waiting room if you're still wishing to speak. Kyle Holtz, Tom Swan, Hilia Badad.
I believe Hilia Badad has been brought in. It seems Tom Swan has just disappeared off the attendees list. We'll try and get him back.
No problem. Leah, you're up next. If you are, there we go. Good to see you. And you are live on Zoom.
Great, thank you. Dear Chair Lamar, Vice Chair Casano, Vice Chair Sims, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Helia Bidad, and I am a resident of New Haven. I'm testifying in support of HB 5429. I will be submitting my written testimony and will read it at this time. On the afternoon of October 6, 2020, I learned that one of my classmates at Yale Law School died in a tragic bicycle accident at the intersection of York Street and South Frontage Road in New Haven, near the Yale New Haven Hospital. For over 15 hours, my classmates and I knew nothing about which of our classmates had passed, other than what we had read in newspapers, that it was a male 25-year-old Yale Law student. I've never quite experienced anything like the evening of October 6th. I broke down in tears upon hearing the news and began what ultimately turned into a long night of texting every single person I knew who could possibly fit the description of the individual who had died. I cannot communicate to you the agony hundreds of my classmates and I experienced as we waited for responses in order to determine which of our friends was responsive and alive. I wish that experience on no one. On the morning of October 7th, 2020, the law school informed us that Chris Kian-Ho Lim, a member of my second year class, had died. Chris was a bright and kind student who was destined to make a positive impact in his community and in his career. What makes Chris's death particularly painful is how preventable it was. Traffic deaths and injuries are wholly preventable. I think any of us would be hard-pressed to find a justification for not passing these necessary, effective, and reasonable traffic safety reforms that could save real lives. Chris did not expect to die on October 6th, and his loved ones did not expect to lose him. The next traffic death could be you or me through no fault of our own, but through the policy and infrastructure inadequacies in the state of Connecticut. In particular, I write to support the automated speed enforcement pilot program. The pilot program provides a cautious and measured way to implement a strategy that could effectively deter speeding and the very real risk of injury and death that speeding poses. I appreciate that the proposed bill mitigates privacy and due process concerns through relevant provisions that only record images of license plate numbers and provide ticketed individuals with the opportunity to assert defenses in response to the alleged violations. An added benefit of this effective and reasonable traffic safety measure is that it serves as an alternative to traditional enforcement, which can be both racially biased and life-threatening itself. The proposed bill as a whole provides a well-deliberated, effective, and measured response to the unacceptable rate of traffic deaths in Connecticut. I also write in particular support of the components of the proposed bill that would give local authorities greater control over speed limits, pedestrian safety zones, and bikeways and pedestrian walkways. I'm grateful to Chair Lamar for proposing this bill and to the entire Assembly for its consideration. HB 5429 presents a great opportunity for the General Assembly to protect the lives of Connecticut residents. I hope you support its passage.
Thank you, Lilia, for your testimony. And like you and I have talked a number of times before, and I'm having a hard time when I think through the number of issues like this I've seen in our city for frankly 2 decades, and issues that we've tried to advance in that period of time to level of safety and control speed and not having this at the rate and level that we've seen throughout New Haven and frankly across the state and country. It's really challenging to have this conversation. I appreciate your willingness to do so, to talk about a classmate of yours, and to know that we have this responsibility to make things better, to know that it was entirely predictable at that very specific location, and that there are, frankly, hundreds of those specific locations across our state right now. We are no longer surprised to find out that someone's been hit while crossing the road, or someone's passed away as a result of distracted driving or high rates of speed. And it is incumbent upon us to look at the strategies that other states and municipalities have incorporated, have adopted, that have been proven to demonstrably improve safety on our roadways. I appreciate, and I know you appreciate, the many concerns people have about the use of automated technology. And I think we've come up with a thoughtful program. And like I've told everyone, I'm willing to look even more at how to make this better, and make specifically addressing the equity concerns associated with any type of enforcement. But the results are in across the country. These work, and it improves safety for all of our residents. And it would be great if we no longer had to look at predictable outcomes, knowing that we had obvious solutions that we just didn't have the temerity to enact. And I appreciate your willingness to share the personal story and to work with me on a lot of these issues locally in New Haven. And hopefully we can have this done this year. Thank you, Leah. Are there any questions for Leah? If not, thank you for your testimony. We'll see you soon. Aaron Rosenstein, followed by Andrew Granato and Andrew Gehring.
I do not see Andrew Rosenstein, but I believe Andrew Granato and our next gentleman on the list are in here right now.
I see Andrew Granato. Andrew, you're up next, followed by Andrew Gehring.
Hi, everyone. And thank you to the members of the Transportation Committee for hosting this public hearing. My name is Andrew Granato, and like the previous speaker, I'm a resident of New Haven, a student at the Yale Law School, and I'm calling in to communicate my strong support for HB 5429. I also remember the night that a classmate was struck by a car and killed. I happened to meet the exact description of a 25-year-old male student at the same school. And so over the course of that night, I started receiving messages kind of asking, starting off if I was okay, how I was doing. And as the hours passed, the pretense was dropped, and I started receiving more and more messages from people asking me directly if I was still alive. It was a thoroughly, unnerving experience to say the least. And it's something that, obviously, while it does not compare to the experience of people who have actually been grievously injured or worse killed, or who are very close with people who have experienced such things, I think it's a microcosm of just the seriousness of this situation and the urgency at which reform is needed. I've lived in Iowa, Ohio, and Illinois. I've lived in quite a few places, and the situation with traffic safety, I think here in New Haven, is worse than I've seen in any of the places that I've lived. I regularly watch cars blow through red lights. I regularly hear stories from other students or from just people around town about close calls that they've had from getting hit by cars or accidents of various sorts. And it just has to be the case that this is a situation that can be improved. And I particularly want to discuss the inclusion of the pilot of automated speed enforcement. I believe that this will aid in preventing these sorts of injuries while remaining fair to drivers, by ensuring that only drivers who genuinely are speeding dangerously or running red lights will be penalized. This takes away the discretion, I believe, that can often come with relying on police to conduct traffic stops, situations that, as unfortunately a lot of national news stories have shown over the years, can lead to dangerous situations for both officers who frankly have way more important things to be doing, as well as the passengers who, and sometimes in very extreme situations, have even died due to officer shootings that have occurred in situations that began with traffic stops, which often many studies have concluded around the country suffer from a lot of the racial bias issues that occur in policing generally. I strongly support—
I hate to cut you off, but you're right about the 3-minute deadline. If you could kind of just finish your thought and move to a question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think for those reasons, I think that HB 5429 is a good start, and I strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for your testimony before the committee today and sharing your personal story and about your classmate, and we do extend our condolences for you and for a lot of your classmates who wanted to testify tonight, but were limited by either time or availability. And thank you for the work and research that you've done today. Are there any questions for Mr. Granato? Seeing none, thank you again, Andrew.
Thank you.
Andrew Gehring, followed by Jordan Force.
Hello?
Hi, Jordan, how are you?
Good. Good. Oh, can I go?
You are live on Zoom. Thank you for joining us today.
Okay, perfect. Hi, I'm Jordan Force. I'm from Greenwich. I already submitted written testimony in support of HB 5429, but I would like to reiterate my support for the automated speed enforcement. I'm a driver, but I'm also a cyclist and regularly a pedestrian. And I frequently see people driving at reckless speeds, like the roads are racetracks. In fact, when I was in high school, people would regularly just sort of race down Hillside Road, which runs right parallel to the high school through a school zone. And on the post road, frequently when I'm crossing the street in a crosswalk, drivers will just sort of blow through the crosswalk, even though they're supposed to stop. I'd like to also express my support for increased funding for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. In Greenwich, there are roads without sidewalks that are very busy roads. And I was actually a passenger in a car that almost hit someone on Valley Road. There's no sidewalk in that section, and there's very little margin on the side of the road. And while Stamford is making progress on a lot more cycling infrastructure, bike lanes mainly, large parts of Greenwich and Norwalk are just simply too dangerous to bike in. A lot of traffic combined with no bike infrastructure. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Jordan, for joining us today and providing your testimony on behalf of this issue. We are hearing from folks from all across Connecticut, and I think this issue mainly germinated in New Haven and Fairfield over the last few years, but we know that it's a situation that impacts people across Connecticut, no matter where you live. The staggering rate of crashes, fatalities, pedestrians and cyclists is a Connecticut-wide issue. And I thank you for sharing your testimony, your experiences in Greenwich, and hopefully we can pass some laws that will help improve pedestrian safety and cyclist safety for everyone. So thank you again, Jordan. We have Andrew Gehring. Is Andrew in? If not, we have John Johnson and John Doucette.
I believe Mr. Doucette has just been added. John, if you could unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
John, good to see you. You're live here joining us on the Transportation Committee, and the floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you. I'd like to thank you, Representative Lamar, as well as Senator Cassano and the rest of the committee. Before we do get started, I have been with you guys since noon. I would like to echo the sentiment of Representative O'Day and say you have done a fantastic job of conducting this today. I am John Doucette. I'm the president of A&R Employees Union, Local 4200. I am looking to speak in opposition to SB 261, in particular, Section 13. I have heard your comments. throughout the day that the DMV is willing to work with us on some of the language changes. I do, rather than go through my testimony, I did submit written testimony. I will not belabor the point. I just wanted to let you guys know that I too am opposed to that language, and I do look forward to working with the DMV in fixing the problems that we see in this testimony. Excuse me, in this proposal. All right.
Thank you, John. We appreciate it. Yeah, we highlighted the issue when testimony started to come in yesterday that this might be something that we need to revisit. It's clear from our conversations with DMV that they do not envision moving as far as the fear currently is, but I think they also recognize that that's a very large door they've opened.
Sure did.
And the fear is justified in many ways when the legislation is not narrowly tailored to specifically reference what they're looking for, and that will need to be considered if we're going to move forward on that section at all. So I appreciate your testimony and making that clear.
You bet, and we look forward to working with them to fix the problems that we see. All right.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you, John. We are up to number 53 on our public testimony list out of 71. We are coming close to the end. If there are folks who are before number 53 on our list who were not in the meeting at the time they were called, please just identify yourself through Phil Maniero, our clerk. You'll be in the waiting room and he'll let you in immediately so that you can be the next to testify. With that, we are up to I think Andrew Gehring was at 49, John Johnson was at 51, Guy Glaystein at number 53.
Unfortunately, I do not see Guy, but I do see Mr. Victor Lee, who's the next speaker on our list, and I have admitted him. Victor, if you could turn on your camera for us.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, Victor. Thank you so much for joining us today. Just before I move too far ahead, I want to thank Phil Maniero for his work. This is incredibly difficult to pull off, and it's hard looking at multiple screens and trying to figure out where we are with panelists and attendees and who's in the waiting room and who's not. And Phil is doing a fantastic job helping me figure this all out because otherwise I'd be lost. So thank you, Phil. This is incredibly challenging. I think we're pulling together okay. So I just want to say thank you. And for everyone who's waiting to testify, I know these hearings can go on longer than we anticipate, and I know you're sitting by your computers. We'll try to get to you quickly and give you the time that you deserve. With that, Mr. Lee, you're before the Transportation Committee today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Phil, for organizing this. I agree. It looks like a very difficult task, and it's really appreciated. Anyway, my name is Victor Lee, and I'm a medical student at Yale and a resident of New Haven. I'm testifying to communicate my strong support for Connecticut HB 5429. I live at the Yale Medical Student Dormitory located on 367 Cedar Street in New Haven, which is located on the intersection of South Frontage Road and York Street. On the other side of this intersection is the Yale New Haven Hospital. This intersection is regularly crossed by hospital staff, patients, students, and other staff who work in this building, but it has a very deadly history to it. There have been 3 fatal traffic accidents involving pedestrians at this intersection in recent years. Several factors may have played into these accidents, including road design. However, it is very noticeable that there are an alarming amount of red light runners at this intersection. I counted red light runners at this intersection with some classmates and found that there was usually at least 1 red light runner at every red light that occurred. Sometimes it's just as the red light happens. Sometimes it's several seconds after the red light has already started. And you really, this puts pressure on the pedestrian to have to keep an eye out for any cars that might be running a red light as they're about to start crossing. So these red light runners may have contributed to the recent fatalities and can definitely contribute to future fatalities. Having to cross this intersection regularly with everyone else who lives and works in my building, as well as the hospital, I constantly fear for the lives of myself and those around me. Earlier in this hearing, we have already heard the stories of some of these fatalities, and that is a few too many. I truly hope that we can do anything we can to prevent any more future fatalities. I strongly support HB 5429 and urge you to favorably vote the bill out of the Transportation Committee. Several studies have shown that automated speed enforcement can reduce the number of red light runners and subsequently save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, for your testimony and for sharing your experience living and traversing the roadway that we've talked about quite a bit today. As you likely know, and we've talked about, this is an issue that we see firsthand in New Haven. We've had some really tragic experience with very obvious solutions that are put forth in our bill. It's a Connecticut issue as well that we're seeing in every type of community, an increasing number of fatalities and crashes involving pedestrians. Thank you for sharing your time and testimony today about that issue.
Thank you.
I see Andrew Gehring has joined us, and Andrew, you're next up. We'll then move on to Abby Roth and Max Chaudlier. Andrew, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Lamar, ranking members Summer and Carney, Vice Chairs Casano and Sims, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Andrew Gehring. I'm testifying today as a resident of New Haven in support of House Bill 5429. This is an incredibly thoughtful, truly omnibus Vision Zero bill and has many important and literally life-saving provisions. But I would like to speak on just one aspect, and that's the bill's provisions for automated speeding enforcement. I believe that automated enforcement is not only an essential safety reform, but is also a very necessary reform in policing. Automated enforcement will do more than any other bill I'm aware of, in judiciary or otherwise, to improve the way that Connecticut residents interact with police. This is because, statistically, the leading cause for interactions between law enforcement and Connecticut residents is the police-initiated traffic stop. And the number one reason for traffic stops is speeding. It is unfortunate that the most common way for residents to encounter police, that is being pulled over for speeding, is also one of the most unwanted and unpleasant. Traffic stops are incredibly stressful for drivers and officers both, and all too often escalate into violence. Traffic stops are especially dangerous for Black drivers, who are more likely to be stopped than white drivers, and this bill will eliminate the possibility of racial profiling in speeding enforcement by taking the human component completely out of the equation and providing that cameras be allowed to take pictures of only license plates and not people. Police-initiated speeding stops leave it entirely up to the officer whether to make the stop in the first place, and then whether to let the driver go without a warning, give them a ticket, ask to search their vehicle, or escalate the situation even further. This entire interaction vests police officers with vast discretion. Automated enforcement eliminates that discretion. Speed cameras can powerfully eliminate all the subjectivity of human perception. The camera doesn't notice or care what kind of car you're driving, what shape it's in, how many occupants it has, or what their race might be. The camera sees only a speed and a license plate. Under automated enforcement, no person is personally targeted, harassed, or even delayed. Traffic stops are also, frankly, an incredible waste of time. Even the most routine incident-free traffic stop requires one or several police officers to spend valuable time waiting to catch and then ticketing an infraction, when instead they could be investigating misdemeanors and felonies, participating in victim outreach, walking a beat in their community, or attending community meetings and events, among their many other duties in a society that asks law enforcement to do their job and everybody else's job too. In a world where automated enforcement is widespread, or say in present-day Europe, residents would be more likely to encounter a police officer for citizen-initiated contact, such as when reporting a crime, reporting an emergency, attending a community or neighborhood event, or applying for a permit. Imagine how much more positive and productive the relationship between police and Connecticut residents could be if we only increased the proportion of police encounters that were positive by reducing the proportion of those that are incredibly negative and stressful. As it stands now, without automated enforcement, most residents' sole contact with the police is, statistically, being pulled over on the side of the road, heart racing, fumbling in the glove compartment for their paperwork.
Andrew, I hate to interrupt you, but you're right at the 3-minute deadline. If you could kind of finish your final thought and move to the question and answer from committee. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Automated enforcement will make an unprecedented contribution to more consistent, fair, impartial, and comprehensive enforcement of speeding laws. As last year's police accountability bill reflects, the General Assembly is increasingly looking for non-police solutions to social problems, and automated enforcement is just such a solution. Speeding cameras can address the problem of life-threatening speeding while also reducing problematic encounters between law enforcement and residents. What's more, by changing the reason why most Connecticut residents interact with police, the bill can help improve the currently fraught relations between law enforcement and the public. I respectfully urge the distinguished members of this committee to support House Bill 5429. Thank you for your very important work.
Thank you, Andrew, for your testimony today. And thank you for your guidance on some of the issues that you highlighted. We have spent a lot of time in New Haven talking about these issues. You've been a valuable resource in trying to think through how we can handle some of the privacy concerns associated with the cameras itself. And I thank you for providing that level of analysis and ensuring that I'm getting parts of this right, working with our legislative team and my attorneys here at LCO, Katrina Stratton, who's been an extraordinary resource for the committee on a number of these privacy-related issues. We've been able to identify some of the more salient concerns across the country with the implementation of these programs, and I think we've addressed most of that. I know we still have some work to do, but I do appreciate your willingness to work with me and others to craft a relevant program. So thank you again. Are there any questions for Mr. Gehring? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I have Abigail Roth is up next. Ms. Roth is number 55 on our list. If you are before number 55 on our list but missed the window which we originally called you, just as you join the meeting, you are in the waiting room, our committee clerk will let you into the meeting and you'll be next to come in. So anyone who may have missed their opportunity, please feel free to join the meeting and we will let you in. With that, we have number 55, Abby Roth. Good to see you, Ms. Roth.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chairs, ranking members, and members of this committee for holding this hearing and for considering my strong support for House Bill 5429. An unacceptable number of pedestrians and cyclists are being killed in motor vehicle crashes in our state. This bill will make our streets safer and save lives. It also will reduce the huge economic costs of traffic accidents and fatalities. I support all the provisions of this bill, but will focus my testimony on those which address speeding, which is so deadly. A car driving at 20 miles per hour will kill or seriously injure pedestrians in approximately 15% of accidents. That percentage sadly jumps to 80% for a car driving at 40 miles per hour. This bill offers common sense and well-tested solutions to deter this illegal, deadly behavior. While the proposal to allow for local control of speed on local roads is very important, without enabling more enforcement, unfortunately, its value is limited. As much as I wish we could stop speeding through education and road infrastructure alone, the reality is that without a deterrent, many people still will speed. Therefore, I strongly support the pilots in this bill for automated enforcement in school zones and construction zones. The New Haven Police Department, and I'm sure many others in the state, just don't have the capacity with all their other responsibilities to carry out the consistent enforcement needed to end speeding. Even if they did, there are compelling reasons to avoid this approach. Automated traffic enforcement reduces potentially deadly traffic stops, and if the cameras are thoughtfully distributed, ensures consistent application of the law to deter speeding without the risk of implicit or explicit racial bias, which unfortunately exists in traditional police enforcement of traffic laws. New York City's successful use of speed cameras near schools is just one example of how automated enforcement actually changes driving behavior and can be implemented equitably. From 2014 to 18, 81% of drivers who received a ticket from a speed camera in New York City didn't receive a second one. Speeding was reduced by over 60%, and between 2012 and 16, the number of deaths decreased by an average of 55%. I work at the intersection of York Street and South Frontage Road in New Haven at Yale School of Medicine, across the street from Yale New Haven Hospital. 2 pedestrians and 1 cyclist have been killed in traffic crashes here since 2008, as you've heard some about today. Walking to work, I daily witness the racetrack and chaos on South Frontage Road. The excessive streets are extremely concerning because the area also has a high volume of cyclists and pedestrians, some of whom are especially vulnerable because they have a disability or illness, which limits mobility, or are older or pushing a stroller. These safety concerns are shared by everyone I know who works or studies or travels to this location. Given these conditions, I very much hope this committee will consider slightly expanding the eligible area for speed cameras to include being near hospitals, locations with many vulnerable users. I am serving my 6 years in Alder and New Haven, an award that includes South Greenwich Road and York Street. Traffic safety is the issue I hear the most about from constituents. People are demanding something be done to stop the dangerous speeding behavior that is so common on our streets. This bill would be a significant step to save lives and improve the quality of life for everyone in our state. Thank you for considering my testimony and my strong support of this bill.
Thank you, Alder Roth, for your testimony and for your advocacy locally in New Haven on so many of these issues. For reference, Alder Roth represents a large portion of the district I used to formerly represent when I was on the Board of Alders in New Haven, and it is a concern that we've seen magnified over the last few years, but certainly a situation that we've known and worked on for a few decades, frankly, and experience across the state of Connecticut has only made what we've seen and dealt with for those decades magnified as community after community has seen the growing rate of speed and pedestrian activity, fatalities dramatically increase. It's a national issue, it's a statewide issue, but I thank you for your support in trying to provide local solutions in New Haven. But we do need those of us at the state level to step up in some way to help. And I appreciate your testimony and work. Are there any questions for Alder Roth? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony to the site.
Thank you all.
Mr. Tollidier, you're up next. And if I mispronounced your last name, I apologize.
No wonder, you're not the first, no problem at all. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the chance to speak today. My name is Max Tollidier. I'm a resident of New Haven. I'm testifying to communicate my very strong support for HB 5429. As you've heard from so many others today, our state faces a mobility crisis. With a withered public transportation system and cities and rural areas designed entirely around maximizing the speed and efficiency of private motor vehicles, we face the consequences. Our streets are not safe, they're not fair, and they're not sustainable. Though no one benefits from cars speeding down roads, it impacts those who are already the most vulnerable: children, the elderly, pedestrians, cyclists, those who are not able-bodied, and those who are already racially or economically marginalized. All of us have been, are, or will be vulnerable users of our streets at some point. Many of us have experienced the ridiculous peril posed by simply moving around the place you're supposed to feel the most comfortable. Though I, like many who testified today, experience this danger on a daily basis, as someone who goes virtually everywhere on foot or by my bike, I faced the most extreme consequences of this 2 years ago. On a sunny Saturday afternoon, my friend Donnie and I were biking near Sleeping Giant State Park to get ice cream when a driver sped around the corner and veered across the double yellow lines. By a stroke of luck, the car missed me by a few feet, but it hit Donnie head on. Donnie died that night in the hospital. Though this should have been a freak accident, preventable crashes like these happen all the time. Nothing about this tragic incident was accidental. Every day, we continue to prioritize the movement of cars over everything else, accepting the injuries, pollution, and injustice of it as acceptable side effects. It does not need to be this way. As our representatives, you carry the great power and responsibility to work to reclaim our streets for the health, joy, and safety of everyone. This bill, though it will not address every issue, would take a huge step towards making our streets safer, more equitable, and greener. Though I support all the provisions of this bill, I'd like to particularly express my support for instituting a pilot program for automated speed cameras. I believe in self-enforcing streets, and I hope that someday we'll redesign our roads such that we need no enforcement at all. But in the meantime, we must act to enforce the most basic traffic safety parameter: speed. Whatever your stance on police reform is, it's irrefutable that our current practice, using armed police officers to enforce everyday traffic infractions, is both ineffective and potentially very dangerous, especially for Black and brown drivers. As countless studies have shown, speed cameras reduce speeding, greatly reduce injuries and deaths, and offer a transparent and data-driven alternative to traditional enforcement that does not rely on anyone's discretion. This bill would allow us to join communities and states from across the country and the world in implementing a simple, fair, and transparent enforcement mechanism to make our streets safer for everyone. I strongly support HB 5429 and call on you to reclaim our streets for the health, joy, and safety of everybody by favorably voting for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this evening, and thank you for your work and advocacy with Safe Streets New Haven, and more broadly, your work to make New Haven a safer place in a variety of different ways. I know you have interests that go beyond just safe streets and traffic safety issues, and I appreciate the amount of time and effort and energy you've lent to this issue over the last year, and I greatly appreciate your work. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for sharing your story today and your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Bill Scalzi, followed by Laura Tressman.
Hi, thank you, Representative Lamar and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Bill Scalzi. I'm president of M7 Transportation, serving basically a large footprint in Connecticut. We offer taxi and livery services, wheelchair accessible services. We offer a lot of COVID-19 positive patient services, and we've been doing so for the last 33 years. I wanted to express my opposition to Section 8 of SB 261, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Motor Vehicles. Specifically, I'm referring to the proposed increase for taxi cab insurance by a multiple of 500%. We're in strong opposition to that. That proposed increase on the limits necessary to operate a taxi cab is both unnecessary and has the potential to force even more taxi cab companies, particularly the 1- and 2-car companies, out of operations. In fact, since the department published the idea last year, M7, my company, has reached out to its insurer, has been unable to procure a financially feasible policy for its fleet within those new limits. This proposal tries to compare the limits set on transportation network vehicles, the TNCs, to those set on taxi cabs. And that's not a proper comparison because the vast majority of the time that a TNC is on the road, it's covered by the driver's personal automobile coverage. It's only when the passenger gets in that the higher limits are in effect. And even then, it is not the owner of the vehicle or driver that has to carry the insurance, but the unaffiliated transportation network company. Taxi cabs are subject to numerous restrictions and mandates that TNCs are not restricted by. Taxi cabs must pick up all passengers requesting rides in their territory and are not free to redline or exclude riders from their taxi cab or booking platform. In further contrast, taxi cabs must carry coverage for 24 hours a day, regardless if a passenger is present, and in fact, regardless if the vehicle is even on the road. There is no available market to provide a taxi cab with on or off insurance. In fact, a national compromise had to be reached between the insurance and the TNC industries in order for them to be able to procure such policies. When Connecticut's TNC statute was passed, the bill originated in the Insurance Committee, and an entire section was dedicated just to codifying the national model that had been agreed to by the industries. Without such a similar in-depth look into this issue, it would be impossible for taxi cab companies in Connecticut to meet the proposed requirements. Taxi cabs are some of the most regulated, inspected vehicles on the roadways, with drivers who have passed national fingerprint background checks. There is no outcry that would necessitate this potentially industry-killing proposal. We would like very much to, we're eager to work with DMV on this. If there are ways we can improve upon the insurance, quite frankly, it's different for taxi and livery vehicles. And when you're talking about the 4-door sedans in both of those industries, they're literally doing the same job. And they're—
Pardon me, Bill, I hate to interrupt, but you're right up against your 3-minute time limit. If you could kind of wrap up and we'll move to the committee questions.
Yes, I can do that easily. I was just done. So we're eager to work with DMT in the future, but we just can't pass this. This is really the worst time in our industry to pass it because we've been hit so hard by the COVID pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill, for your testimony. This is something we've been talking quite a bit about in screening with the chairs and ranking members, trying to understand this issue a little bit more in depth. We might need to bring you in for a consultation on it, because I think the representation that we've heard is this is largely industry standard rates and coverage levels, but I'm hearing from you that that's far from the case, and in fact would jeopardize the industry as a whole if we were to adopt it. So I think there's some level of understanding that I don't currently have right now that I'll need some further education on, and it might be useful for us to schedule a time to go into more detail on this issue.
I'm happy to do that. As a matter of fact, I heard last year in February, and again last week, I called up to a few insurance brokers, and $500,000 on taxi cab insurance, I don't believe is even available in Connecticut right now. So, and if it is, it's going to be incredibly the cost is going to basically drive us out of business. So yes, I would love to meet with you again and discuss this at your convenience.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for Phil? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you all.
Phil, are we up to par here? I don't look like we have any of the people that we missed earlier on right now. So I think we're up to number 59, Leor Tressman.
Yes, that should be correct, followed by a Rowan Monington Jr.
I see Rowan. Not seeing Leor.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Okay, good. Leor, thank you for joining us in the Transportation Committee today.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for having me. Dear Chair Lamar, Ranking Member Sommers, Ranking Member Carney, Vice Chair Casano, Vice Chair Sims, and members of the Transportation Committee, thank you all for making it possible to speak in spite of the circumstances and for giving us the opportunity to do so. My name is Leor Tressman. I grew up in Norfolk, Connecticut. I went to college and stores at the University of Connecticut. And for the past 5 years, I've lived in New Haven, Connecticut. Speeding is a cultural norm across Connecticut, and reckless, dangerous speeding with a feeling of absolute impunity is a cultural norm in our cities. Hundreds of people have been killed just this past year because we've been unwilling to address this problem. This makes Connecticut an exception. This is not the norm in other places. Somehow, here we've gotten to the point where traffic fatalities are seen as inevitable and unavoidable because somehow we've come to see the right to drive however you please as if it were constitutionally protected. It is not, and this mindset needs to change because there are no traffic deaths that are accidents. Each and every one is absolutely preventable. I personally was hit by a speeding truck 3 years ago. I was told by every one of the many healthcare providers I saw that I was lucky to be alive because many of the victims they see are not. I hesitated to tell people, even my parents, until a few days later, knowing the implied "I told you so" for daring to be a bicycle commuter. There were at least 66 pedestrian and cyclists in Connecticut in 2020 alone who are not as lucky as I was. The group Real Hartford publishes an article every single month listing the pedestrians killed just that month. Every one is a long article, and I would encourage you to read them. And this is not a problem that you can relegate to pedestrians and cyclists alone. There were over 250 people killed in car crashes, many of whom would still be alive if speed limits were actually enforced. Connecticut desperately needs its drivers to obey the speed limits, and years of evidence have made it patently obvious that police officers do not have the ability to do this effectively, in spite of how much perhaps police unions might want otherwise. Anyone who's been on a road knows this. It's just obvious. Besides, our police officers have better, more productive things to be doing that play better to their skills rather than holding a radar gun to issue infractions. We need to adopt the solution used across the country and around the world and use automated speed cameras. If it's good enough for New York City, it's good enough for us. However, thus far, we just haven't seemed to care enough to do it. We've come up with deflections and excuses, but it has proven deeply effective at saving lives, And at this point, it seems to me to be a moral imperative. If you're worried that this would disproportionately affect minorities, consider that in New Haven, 30% of households don't have or can't afford a vehicle, and that people of color made up the majority of pedestrians and cyclists killed by speeding cars. I understand that some of you might feel that there are logistical concerns. It is, however, a matter of logistics to address those concerns and imperative for this legislature to pass this bill into law because people are dying and we don't stand a chance at so much as slowing the increase in deaths every year until we do. Let's give people another reason to be proud of Connecticut. Thank you for your time and work.
Thank you, Mr. Trustman, for your testimony today, for joining us as part of the committee and your work with Safe Streets New Haven and beyond. I have a question from Representative Zupkus.
Yes, hi, thank you. Thank you for your testimony today, and I'm glad that you're with us being hit. I'd like to just ask, because I know I ride bikes, my husband and I, and in New Haven, around Yale, and you have to go out on a street and zigzag, it's brutal, and cars do fly. They don't stop in the crosswalks. Where was it where you got hit? Was it in a school zone? Sorry. Was it in a school zone or was it in a construction zone?
It was, I believe, in a school zone. It was at the intersection of Chapel and Orchard, right by St. Rayfield's campus, the hospital. So it looks like actually most of New Haven could potentially be covered by school zones. And so in my case, I think this would have helped to slow the vehicle down and, at the very least, mean that I was injured less. Even if the truck still decided to drive illegally as it did, I could have been in the hospital for less long.
Right, and I apologize, you heard my dog barking.
No.
So where was it? So were you in a school zone or was it near, you were saying New Haven's mostly covered by school zones?
Right. Yes, so I believe so, but I don't want to say with certainty because I haven't actually seen a map that depicts exactly where the radius of each school zone is. But I would venture to say that it was at the intersection of Chapel and Orchard Streets.
Great, thank you. And I'm glad again that you weren't hurt so bad and that you're here.
Thank you, and thank you for your question.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any additional questions for Mr. Trustman? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this evening and thank you for your work in New Haven and beyond. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rowan Monington. I see Rowan. Yep, I see Rowan there. Followed by Alexandra Mock.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lamar, Chairman Casano, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Rowan Monington Jr. I'm a Transportation Maintainer 3 loader operator for the Department of Transportation. I have worked for the DOT since 2000, and I strongly support HB 5429. A short story, unfortunately, I am dealing with the ramifications of unsafe driving through work zones. In September 2019, while working a night shift for tree removal on I-95 northbound in Old Saybrook, I was struck by a tour bus traveling 80 miles per hour. Even with all the precautions we took that night and take on every work site, the driver chose not to obey the warnings. There were overhead signs turned on, a full lane closure pattern in effect, 4 crashed trucks, and 2 work light trailers on site. The passenger sign pattern and pre-warning trucks and merged into the left lane as was required. However, after passing 3 crash units, he decided to move back into the right lane. It was there that he realized there was another truck, which was me. He hit the brakes and skid approximately 100 feet into my unit, still traveling approximately 75 miles an hour. The impact caused my impact attenuator unit on the back of my truck to fold completely to the back of my 9-ton dump truck, where it put me into a wheelie and pushed me another 80 feet down the highway. Thankfully, I was not closer to the men working on the road, or the outcome would have been horrific. Fortunately, I was not killed. but I sustained several injuries. My right calf had a big hole in it from the shifter box. I tore my inner and outer meniscus on the dashboard with my knee hitting the dash. I now have 10 bulging and herniated discs in my back and will have lifelong back issues. I face financial issues and am impacted both physically and mentally. I can no longer perform my job that I have had for 20 years and will likely end up on disability. Sadly, I was looking forward to retiring in 4.5 years. Motorists do not respect the work that we do, whether it be while we're plowing snow or while we are working on the highways and work zones. Change needs to happen. We must do something to teach the drivers that there are consequences to their actions. These are men and women's lives on these roads. There is no monetary value for that. Thank you for letting me testify.
Thank you, Rowan, for your testimony and sharing this experience with us. I had an opportunity over the last few years to meet with a number of folks who work alongside you or work in different maintenance work zones, and they share shockingly similar stories about near misses, about driver inattention, about the rate of speed, about the number of times that they go home at night and it takes them 2-3 hours before they can relax and settle down because they just are constantly dealing with what I would otherwise interpret as a form of PTSD, of like the number of near misses that they experience on a daily, weekly, monthly basis is overwhelming. And this is the reason why we're considering this type of technology. I mean, no one wants to put up speed cameras that are evaluating you for how fast you're going. We'd all hope that we could rely on each other to obey the normal rules of the road and treat each other safely and honestly and protect one another. But the frank matter is, the examples we've seen across the country are when you put up speed cameras, behaviors change. People slow down. Our workers are protected, and we improve general safety for everyone. So I thank you for the work that you do and sharing the experience that you have. And I know it's shared by countless scores to hundreds more people in the same position. I appreciate the work. I know everyone on this committee appreciates the work that you do. We're thankful for it. And hopefully we can get you additional protection.
Thank you. I agree completely. We would all love to be able to have state troopers in our work zones, but that's I don't think that's a feasible thing to happen with the number of work crews out on the road on a day-to-day basis. But it isn't getting any safer out there, I can tell you that much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Are there any questions? Being none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
I have Alexandra Mock, followed by Kevin Stark. Mr. Clerk, I don't see Alexandra in.
We do have Kevin Stark in the meeting, but I do not see Alexandra.
Kevin, are you available?
I am.
Excellent, thank you. There we are.
I'll be brief.
Welcome to the Transportation Committee today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'd like to speak in favor of the bill by focusing on what I think are the essentials. I'm not so sure this is as much about speeding as it is about a deeper problem of driver attitudes. And I think that the state has a chance to make a real difference if we focus on the right spots. I interact with the issue in two main ways. The first is that I've been a cyclist and a runner in Connecticut since I was a kid growing up in Danbury. The second is that I live on State Route 59 in Fairfield, the Stratfield Road that was mentioned earlier by Sarah Roy, Dylan O'Connor, and Representative Kristen McCarthy-Vahey, who obviously did a very good job getting the word out about this hearing today. Directly in front of my house for the past 19 years is one of those crosswalks mentioned several times. And it leads to the Assumption School and Church, which is my next door neighbor. What I've noticed from my two main channels of interaction is that drivers in this state, and I'm sure it's not just Connecticut, but we'll focus on what matters most to us. They act as if cars have priority on the roads and don't have to yield to anyone, which I know is wrong from my own driver education program at the DMV in Danbury 30-something years ago. Cars almost never stop for kids in the crosswalk in front of my house. They've knocked me off my bike twice and caused me, I don't even know how many close calls. The crosswalk in front here used to have a sign that said, "State law, stop for pedestrians in crosswalk." That got removed. Now it just has a school crossing sign. I'm not sure what prompted that change, but it has made things worse. In other places, I see signs that say share the road or remind drivers to give cyclists 3 feet of clearance. But it almost seems like the signs are being rationed throughout the state. I don't see any consistent message from town to town or road to road. And I think that's important because I think we could make progress on safety if we made existing drivers and not just student drivers aware that they don't have priority on the roads. I'm not even sure share the road is the right message because it implies that drivers have something to give to people on foot or on a bike. The road isn't theirs to share. I'd really like to see state and municipal agencies implementing this legislation to focus on broad messaging that says something like cars don't own the road. Enforcement is great, but the police can't be everywhere. And for the record, they're almost never nearby when some kid is trying to cross the street in front of my house. I really think this has to be about a substantial public education campaign aimed at changing driver attitudes. It'd be great if that included TV and radio, internet, and yes, more street signs. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your testimony today and for the broad experience that you have as a cyclist and runner, both in Fairfield but beyond. I think you're right. Like part of the obligation of a state is to ensure that our messaging is consistent, that when we pass laws, we do notify and educate our population about their responsibilities. And I think that's incumbent upon us. We have focused quite a bit on education in the past few years, and I think we have more to do still. Specifically after we pass this bill, it is my hope that we can redouble some of those education efforts and ensuring people are fully aware of their obligations to one another on the roadway. Thank you, Kevin, for that. Representative McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you're shocked to see my hand raised. I'm very grateful, Mr. Stark, for your presence here today. And while I may have done a good job getting the word out, the reason that people are here is because of their experiences as pedestrians and bicyclists. And your point is very well taken in terms of helping to shape attitudes. And I will just point out, social norms campaigns, which we use in social work often, in substance use prevention. Those are the kinds of things that we are going to need to do with respect to this issue. So I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Stark, for pointing that out, because yes, we need to change infrastructure. Yes, we need to change the laws and do all of these things. But part of this is about changing the social norms and how we look at vehicles and whose is what. So just a thanks, and thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Representative Gopal.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Stark, again, for bringing up the point about education and getting out the word. As Representative McCarthy Vahey also pointed out, is really important component of educating the public. I just want to say, I spent some time living in Europe, and at no point was I ever afraid of riding my bike on a road. And it came down to really education. Their system for getting a license is much more stringent than ours is in the United States. And the education component for recognizing pedestrians and bicyclists around you, even in the rural areas, is much stronger. So that's something that we need to focus a little bit more on, the education component of it. But I do thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Stark, for your testimony today. Next, we have Melinda Tuhus, followed by Pavla Rosenstein. Is Melinda in?
Melinda is in the room. I'm going to ask her to unmute and open her camera now.
Hi.
Hey, Melinda, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. All right, Melinda, thank you.
Chairman,
Welcome to the Transportation Committee today.
thank you. Chairman Lamar, Ranking Member Summers, Ranking Member Carney, Vice Chair Casano, Vice Chair Sims, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Melinda Tuhus. I live in Hamden. I'm a founding member of Elm City Cycling about 20 years ago, and I'm writing to communicate my strong support for Connecticut HB 5429. I was an almost daily bicycle commuter from my home to downtown New Haven for 33 years before the coronavirus intervened, and I hope to return to my commute as soon as possible. Despite my love of cycling, it is terrifying to have motor vehicles speeding past me at well over the 25-mile-per-hour limit, and even that is too fast for comfort. I have had some close calls, but the one that stands out was a time I was cycling north on Orange Street, a street with mixed residences, schools, and small businesses, and a car came speeding right at me heading south. I really thought it was curtains, but perhaps my screaming or his or her own awareness caused the driver to swerve away at the last moment. I believe, and data from other cities backs this up, that if we could get automated speed enforcement in Connecticut, we could reduce the carnage happening on our streets. For example, a meta-analysis of speed camera studies showed that deaths and serious injuries were reduced from between 30 and 50%. And New York City's use of speed cameras in school zones showed that from 2014 to 2017, 81% of motorists who got ticketed did not get a second ticket, and speeding was reduced by more than 60%. I support all the elements of this bill, but one of the best things about automated enforcement is that it removes most of the direct contact between motorists and police, an interaction which has turned deadly in too many confrontations of police with African-American drivers. Preliminary counts from the State Department of Transportation show that 65 pedestrians were hit and killed by vehicles in Connecticut in 2020. In New Haven, 11 pedestrians were killed last year, and along with 2 cyclists. The key thing is not, quote, who's at fault, quote, unquote. The key thing is the speed at which motorists travel on our streets. Research shows that a car driving at 20 miles per hour will kill or seriously injure pedestrians in approximately 15% of accidents, while that percentage jumps to 80% for a car driving at 40 miles per hour. So twice as fast and more than 4 times as many injuries and deaths. The bill provides for pilot projects in up to 10 municipalities and includes multiple privacy and other protections. The cameras take photos of license plates, not drivers, and drivers are only ticketed when going at least 11 miles per hour over the speed limit, which is why I support another provision in the bill that would allow cities and towns to reduce the legal speed limit below 25 miles per hour. I strongly support HB 5429 and urge you to favorably vote the bill out of the Transportation Committee. All road users deserve to feel safe and to be safe. Thank you for your work and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Melinda, for your commitment to this issue for a number of years, for being an educator of me on this issue back when I first was a member of the Board of Aldermen in New Haven a few years ago. And I want to thank you for your leadership with Safe Streets New Haven. As that organization has evolved over the years, you've been a steadfast advocate who's remained committed and passionate about these issues. So thank you for all that you do. Other questions for Melinda? Rep. Gopiel. Sorry, Rep. Gopiel, you do not have your hand up. I will remove your hand there. Sorry. Seeing no questions, thank you, Melinda, for your time and testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pavla Rosenstein, followed by Eric Hammerling and Rob Rock. Hi, Pavla, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Welcome to the Transportation Committee tonight.
Thank you very much for having me and for holding the public hearing. My name is Pavla Rosenstein. I'm a PhD student at the Department of Near Eastern Languages and Civilizations at Yale University, and I'm currently a resident of New Haven. Prior to that, I've lived in Greenwich, Connecticut since 2017. I am testifying in support for HB 5429, in particular item 5, which would allow municipalities to set speed limits in pedestrian safety zones, and items 7 and 8 that would enable the use of automated enforcement in work zones and school zones. I would particularly like to express strong support for automated enforcement. I have spent over 20 years living in the UK, where automated enforcement is the norm and a popular way to ensure road safety. I have experienced receiving a traffic ticket once during my time there, and it was a painless and convenient experience. I received a ticket in the mail, which I could pay online, by mail, or over the phone with a 50% discount if paid within 14 days, and I have never had a negative interaction with the police in the UK. Speed limits are clear in the UK, and tickets are given when the speed limits are broken, not at over 11 miles over the limit. Conversely, I was once a passenger in a car that was stopped by the police on a route in New York State, even though the driver had broken no rules and was traveling within the speed limit. A police officer violently approached the car with a drawn gun aimed at all of us inside, yelling at us to get out and banging on the car door. Then when we got out, he searched the car without a warrant, the driver and all of the passengers. The driver was arrested and taken to a local police station, then charged with several crimes, none of which were committed, and generally handled abusively. It was a terrifying experience, and only after significant legal, financial, and time resources were put into the case was the driver able to defend himself against such charges, and they were all dropped. However, not before significant trauma and damage to the driver, the passengers, and a waste of police resource and court resource. Automated enforcement has a number of key advantages for all road users, including the police. Number one, it allows police to use their manpower more effectively and keep police officers as well as members of the public safer. Number two, it prevents dangerous and sometimes deadly encounters between members of the public and police which are armed. Number three, it prevents racial or socioeconomic discrimination by the police by focusing on data, the speed driven by the car and license plates, not the driver's appearance. Number four, it allows a more effective, less stressful, and less dangerous way for municipalities to monitor speeding and for drivers to pay fines. Number five, contrary to the fear regarding privacy or invasiveness, a fine in the mail is a much less invasive way to be monitored on the road than encounters with armed police. Finally, I'd like to point out that automated enforcement can assist with police response. In my neighborhood in New Haven, we frequently encounter speeding cars, which sometimes use the roads to speed away from a location where crime was committed, but are difficult to trace thereafter. Automated speed cameras would help police identify problematic repeat offenders and assist with crime response. Additionally, I'd like to express support for better road safety infrastructure. Walking around both Greenwich and New Haven in Connecticut is dangerous. A large number of roads do not have sidewalks, pedestrian crossings, traffic calming measures, or adequate signage signifying speed limits. Road design does not make it easy for drivers to stick to the speed limits. When I use Connecticut's roads as a pedestrian or a cyclist, I do not feel safe enough. When I use Connecticut's roads as a driver, I'm aware that the road design requires effort to effectively limit the driving speed. Better road design would help all road users, pedestrians, cyclists, drivers, public transport.
Pablo, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you're butting right up against the 3-minute time slot. If you could kind of wrap up your thought and move to the question and answer section. Thank you very much.
Sure. I've lived in several different municipalities around the world, in Czech Republic, in the UK, in Thailand, and the US. The road and street infrastructure in Connecticut is by far the most antiquated and dangerous I've experienced. I cannot overstress how important improving the infrastructure is. 12 pedestrians and cyclists have died prematurely and needlessly in New Haven last year alone, 65% in the state of Connecticut. I strongly support HB 5429, and I'd like to encourage all lawmakers to continue to do the good work in educating ourselves on how the current situation in Connecticut is neither normative nor safe enough for the state's residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula, for your testimony, for your research, and for your work with so many of our constituents in New Haven, the Safe Streets organizations, and the time you spent with me on some of these issues as well. I know that you're going to be pushing hard for the types of investments that we need and the type of enforcement that we need to make our city a truly safe, walkable, and livable community, and I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Pablo? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time. Next, we have Eric Hammerling, followed by Rob Rock.
Unfortunately, I do not see Eric in the waiting room. I have admitted Rob Rock. Rob, if you'd be able to turn your camera on.
I am here.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank
Rob,
you.
good to see you. Welcome to the Transportation Committee this evening.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chairs, ranking members, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Rob Rock, and I live in New Haven. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today with my enthusiastic support for HB 5429. Early on in the COVID-19 pandemic, I hope that having less traffic on the road would lessen drivers' road rage and that our streets would become safer. Alas, it quickly became apparent that I was naive, and the opposite is in fact the case. Traffic violence has become arguably worse than before. We need an all-of-the-above approach to reducing traffic violence in Connecticut. The common sense elements of this bill can help. Cities should be able to set speed limits below 25 miles an hour on roads where it's deemed appropriate by the local community. Drivers should have to stop for a pedestrian at a crosswalk before the pedestrian has to step foot into the roadway. And drivers should be held responsible for failing to prevent dooring cyclists by opening their driver's side door without looking first. Yet as I walk, ride, and yes, I do also drive around the state of Connecticut, it's the enforcement piece that I continue to find so obviously missing. We all see it. It's the Wild West out there. Drivers are speeding. They're talking and texting on their cell phones. They're disregarding the basic rules of the road, whether that's running stop signs on city streets or aggressively changing lanes, including passing on the right on our state roads and highways, and they're not getting pulled over. In this era of tight budgets, fewer police officers, and competing priorities, I do not see the amount of traffic enforcement being done that is necessary for holding drivers accountable for endangering our lives. We've created a feedback loop where consciously or unconsciously, drivers see other drivers getting away with it, so they do it too. Poignantly, the Black Lives Matter movement has also taught us that we should be trying to avoid unnecessary interactions between the police and the public, especially our Black and brown neighbors. Now is the time to finally embrace automated speed enforcement. Properly implemented, which I think the details of this bill clarify, the neutrality of automated enforcement. A ticket is automatically given to every driver who speeds through an intersection, pre-selected for its risk in a school or work zone when driving at more than 11 miles an hour over the speed limit, is arguably a more equitable approach to traffic law enforcement than the possible unconscious bias of an armed police officer pulling over a driver to give them a ticket for a motor vehicle violation. Keep in mind, this is just a modest pilot program. I think you should be able to get behind this legislation, whether you're for or against automatic speed enforcement, confident that the data collected before, during, and after the pilot program in multiple communities throughout our state will prove your case for or against. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rob, for your testimony. And more than almost anyone else on this issue that's spoken here today, I've had a great experience working with you over my time before I was even an elected official, and just also a Safe Streets advocate and City Hall staffer in the City Plan Department back in 2003. You were the person who was helping to educate me about a lot of things I didn't understand about cycling infrastructure at that point in time. So I greatly appreciate the person that you've been in our community, helping to push us to become the type of city we market ourselves as. It was your leadership then and throughout that has helped us become that city. And I think we often hold ourselves up as being a walkable, bikeable, pedestrian-friendly city, but the experiences that we've seen show us to be far from what our vision of ourselves is. And we need this level of enforcement at the state level to fully achieve that. And as you said, it's not just a New Haven issue. We're talking over 60 fatalities across the state of Connecticut, accidents across the state of Connecticut this year. And across our country, we're seeing an explosive rate of crash lethality. And we need to combat it with all of the tools available to us. So thank you for your time and for your effort and your testimony tonight.
Thank you, Roland. Thanks for all you're doing. Appreciate it.
See no other questions? Thanks again.
Thanks, everyone.
We have Gannon Long to be followed by Sherwin Lagondre, and that will conclude those who have signed up to speak this evening. Gannon, let's see Gannon.
All right.
Thank you for joining us, Gannon.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for so much, Phil, and everybody for getting me on the list at the last minute. I appreciate it. And to everybody who's testified here today, to the chairs and the ranking members of the Transportation Committee, grateful to you all for inviting our public testimony here today. My name is Gannon Long. I'm from Hartford, and I'm here today as the Policy and Public Affairs Director for Operation Fuel. So we're the nation's oldest fuel bank, and we provide utility and water assistance to over 6,000 families across Connecticut in the past year. So we're the state's fuel bank. And first, if anybody listening is looking for help with your utility and water bills, we now have an online portal I encourage folks to apply at. You can also go to a fuel bank at different locations around the state, but that website is operationfuel.org/gethelp. And I appreciate the committee's indulgence to share that, but please do let us know if you have constituents who are looking for aid on utility assistance. I also just want to commend the Department of Transportation and the leadership in that agency. You know, those of you who have worked on this committee and are here now for a while, you know, you work closely with this agency, and I just think they've done a great job in supporting some really important pedestrian safety measures in this bill, as well as their work in the Governor's Council on Climate Change. And I just want to extend that appreciation. So I guess the main reason we're here today is to support HB 5429. It's a tremendous work product. Now, Operation Fuel is primarily, as I said, a utility and water affordability organization, but transportation inequality imposes a tremendous cost and opportunity burden on our clients and other low and moderate income residents across our state. And unlike in these other areas like energy, housing, water, there's very few similar support programs like Operation Fuel for folks who face transportation barriers. These costs are highly variable. They're second typically only to rent as part of household budget. And lack of affordable, accessible, safe transportation options is a systemic barrier, keeping many Connecticut residents from accessing necessary services. We have a report we collaborated on with the VEIC and the Green Bank. It was produced by VEIC, so I can share that link with the committee as well. And there's a number of measures I've been really touched by the stories. Folks have gone into the details of why this bill is so important, and we support many of those. I want to, you know, the crosswalks, and those are common sense things. Operation Fuel is particularly keen to support the Greenways Fund. I think this is an area where, you know, we can address a lot of issues at once, right? We can talk about transportation safety. We can talk about active transportation. We can talk about public health. We can talk about reducing pollution and greenhouse gases. And so I think that's really important, that we consider the Greenway trails not just as recreational paths, but as ways that people get from where they are to where they need to be. Folks have mentioned, and I want to remind us all today, that in Connecticut's 4 largest cities, more than 25% of households don't own a car at all. So by necessity, you either have to walk there or get there some other way, or you don't go. And that's the opportunity cost I'm talking about. So when we're talking about low and moderate income communities in Connecticut and our clients, I think we need to remember the diversity of that category. We're thinking really broadly about people who might be white, Black, brown, multiracial, differently abled, people who earn fixed income versus variable income, for Social Security versus a minimum wage job with inconsistent hours.
Just 1 second, Garen. I hate to interrupt you, but you're right at the 3-minute time. If you could kind of wrap up the last thought, we'll move to the question and answer from the committee.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
And I am wrapping up. So we're talking about folks who live on all different kinds of streets, whether they're busy, quiet, littered, shady, green, clean, sunny, dirty. And I want to ask everybody on this committee, is it safe for you to walk from where you live to somewhere you're going? And shouldn't it be for all of us? Transportation burden and opportunity cost, other challenges facing low-income residents of our state. This bill really addresses those really head on. We appreciate all the work that's gone into it, and we urge you to support favorable passage out of the committee. Thank you for the bill. Thank you for your service to our state.
And thank you, Gannon, for your testimony tonight, and thank you for your testimony in prior roles and in prior iterations of this bill's conception and public hearing process in the past years. I know your professional role has changed, but your personal advocacy, I know you care deeply about this and improving transit options, pedestrian safety for so many of your neighbors here in Hartford and for so many of the folks that we all represent. So I appreciate your time and your willingness to come up with the committee and share your experiences and the broad array of information that you lend to this committee is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Gannon? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We have Sherwin Legendre And I believe that is the last of the folks who have signed up this evening who are in attendance. And if anyone is watching who wishes to testify on this, you pre-registered, I think you can still join in via the link that you were sent, and we will call you from the waiting room into the public hearing. With that, Sherwin, you have the honor of bringing us home this evening.
Good evening. I appreciate you all hearing my testimony. As I said, good evening, Chairman Casano, Chairman Lima, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Sherwin Lejar. I am a transportation maintainer and one of the stewards of the Department of Transportation. I have worked for DOT since 2014, and I strongly support HB 5429. I cannot stress to you the extent of the hazardous conditions myself and my coworkers face daily while working to improve the roads, the bridges, the highways, and that motorists travel. We are consistently dealing with drivers who are distracted, driving too fast, or simply not paying attention. Not only is this dangerous for the work zone maintainers, but it also affects other motorists on the road. Shortly after beginning my employment with DOT during the summer of 2015, I was almost hit by a speeding truck on Interstate 91 North in Enfield. Even though there was about a quarter mile of cones and work zone signs warning drivers of the upcoming work zone. And in 2017, one of my coworkers was hit while he was sitting in a work zone in his crash unit. Thankfully, he was not hurt. Many of our jobs are performed in work zones where there is no police presence. Without any real enforcement, drivers do not abide by the laws pertaining to work safety. HB 5429 will provide a strong deterrent to encourage drivers to slow down when driving through work zone. Not only would this legislation help allow for automated traffic enforcement, it would also require the Commission of Transportation to develop and implement a public awareness campaign to educate the public concerning unsafe driving in work zones. As a side note, when I first started working for DOT, I realized that private contractors have a police officer in their work zone. And I noticed a difference between the way how the public drivers react to the state trooper with them, or on a local road, the town police officer with them, as opposed to our orange lights. We are in danger, and we would appreciate you all voting and giving us this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sherwin, for your testimony and for your service to the state of Connecticut in so many ways. And I've highlighted this before, the number of conversations I've had with maintenance workers across Connecticut who go home every night needing a few hours to relax from their daily activities working on behalf of our residents. The near misses, the accidents that they confront and fear is really dramatic. And we need to do something to protect folks who are working at our state on a daily basis. And I greatly appreciate your testimony on their behalf today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I think that exhausts our public hearing list for the evening. And if there are no other registered attendees who joined the waiting room, I just want to thank you for all of your help in pulling this off tonight, managing the multiple windows and the multiple screens and the sign-up list and the registration links, and getting those links out is an arduous task that you have performed brilliantly for us. The Transportation Committee was the test case for the legislature and pulling off a fully activated public hearing on multiple bills. And I think we exceeded the expectations, thankfully. We also had the first committee votes, I believe, a couple weeks ago. And so I think we're doing an okay job meeting the needs of the technology that we have to have in play during COVID. And I want to thank committee members for their specific on-point questions of the people who came before us, and our ability to engage on these topics, understanding the technology limitations that some of our testifiers may have. And I am deeply appreciative of everyone sticking through. One of the benefits of this type of public hearings, I think we had greater attendance throughout more of the hearing than we otherwise would have, just because it's easier for folks to stay in the meeting when they don't have to bounce around to different committee rooms all over the Capitol. It's easier for folks to focus in and be here for great periods of time, and I think it helped the conversation quite a bit. So thank you all to committee members. With that, Senator Cassano.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you. You know, this was something new to all of us, and you did a magnificent job of doing this, keeping it under control. You're probably the only one that didn't take a bathroom break. It's been a long day here. Testimony today was incredibly good testimony. You know, if you want something that really hits home, we saw it today in real black and white right there in front of us. It was a pretty powerful day, and you kept it flowing well. And Phil, tremendous job on your end. Thank goodness you guys understand the technology part of it. Some of us have been lost. I'd be the first one to tell you I'd be one of them. Really appreciate the job you did today. Thank you.
Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, certainly I'm glad the Transportation Committee is the first for these many things this legislative session. It's certainly a different sort of feeling, but I'm glad so many people were able to come on and access us, their legislators, to discuss issues of importance to them. So it's definitely going to be hopefully a very positive session with this. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Phil for all his hard work. It was pretty seamless. So great job. And, you know, I look forward to seeing everybody early Friday to talk about the Port Authority.
That is correct. And thank you for highlighting that. We are back for our final informational forum on Friday morning at 9 a.m. with the Connecticut Port Authority. We anticipate this being a very robust conversation. I know there are different thoughts and ideas about how we proceed with the Port Authority going forward. I look forward to having our new executive director introduced to the full committee, but to explore their responsibilities and how they've met or not met the expectations of this committee over the last year and what we envision them doing in the future. So we welcome you back on Friday morning to conclude this very long and very important week in Transportation Committee. I thank you all for your willingness to be a part of this today. A 7-hour public hearing, or 7 hours worth of transportation communications today is a lot. And I know a lot of folks will have questions, concerns about the bills we heard. Both of them are omnibus, large bills. Please, as we go into screening amongst the chairs and rankings, let either myself, Senator Cassano, Representative Carney, or Senator Summers know about any specific concerns, so we can try to address them before we begin to JF the bills before us. So thank you all. And that concludes the public hearing for this evening. Phil, any final words you need for the committee?
No, Mr. Chairman, that handles our business for the week. Thank you all very much.
It does not handle our business for the week.
For today. For today.
It handles it for today. We'll see everyone back Friday morning at 9 a.m. for the Connecticut Port Authority. You will receive a calendar invite with all the details and the Zoom link attached. Thank you and good night, everyone.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you did a great job, and Phil, you did as well.
Good job, Phil.
Well done.
Thank you all very much.
Not easy.
Terrific.
You should all be receiving your invite for the informational hearing as a calendar invite with the Zoom link included in it. I'm planning on sending those out tomorrow morning to make it a little easier to differentiate from the mass you've received the past 2 days.
Have a nice evening.